if you could take your seats. I don't think my microphone's working. Okay, so here we go.
Where's our person?
Our
to turn it
list.
on? Huh?
Here, divide. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nope. Mic's not on.
Going to call this meeting to order tonight without any microphones. We thought we'd just skip the microphones tonight, so everybody's going to have to be very quiet and listen to what all of us have to say. I got that. It would be helpful if we had microphones. So is there someone in the room who's going to check on that for us?
Check 1, 2.
All right, at any rate, we're going to begin the meeting now, and I'm Nancy Miller, and Mayor Marks has been called away, so I'm going to be sitting in as Mayor Pro Tem tonight. So welcome all of you to our meeting, and with that, I'd like to ask the city manager to lead us with the invocation.
If you care to do so, please join us in the invocation. Dear God, we give thanks for this community, its committed leaders, and the opportunity to serve our citizens. As we come to the end of October, we ask special blessings on those in our community who have been touched by breast cancer. Help us as we continue to bring awareness and work toward prevention and a cure. Grant that our efforts to direct the affairs of government are in the best interest of our citizens, and our collective goals are guided by your infinite wisdom. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Pledge of
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which stands one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Do you want to state what happened?
Just so everyone knows, Mayor Mark's wife became sick, and that's as recently as about 20 minutes ago she called. So that's where he's gone tonight. All right, with that, we'll get on with the, do we have agenda modifications?
We do. We have one addition to tonight's agenda, and that is item 13.07, which is a discussion of extension of milestone deadlines and the second option agreement for purchase option for the former Floridan parcel at southwest corner of Monroe and Tennessee Streets, and Michael Parker will present that item at the appropriate time. Those are all of the agenda mods I have. So we have 3 presentations, Madam Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, ma'am. Well, before we begin, I'm told that we have a special guest who's visiting us from a very far way away. Along with our friend Eric Sarkisian with the Tallahassee Democrat, I'd like to introduce Abra Mustafa, who's the senior reporter for Daily Jang of Islamabad, Pakistan. He's one of the most foremost political reporters in the country and also covers telecom. And is he here?
In the back.
There you are. Very good. Welcome to Tallahassee. And also Muhammad Imran, editor of the Daily, and I please would love it if you would tell me how to pronounce this. It looks like Hoque, Multan, Pakistan, who also writes political editorials. We are delighted to have you. Could you take a minute and share with us what brought you to Tallahassee?
My name is Imran, and I'm from Multan. Just ma'am, you introduced us before the audience. Actually, we are in Tallahassee on the Journalist Exchange Program. And I am here representing from a newspaper, Daily Chowk, and I am much delighted to be here among all of you in Tallahassee, and really enjoying, really observing, and also importing my own culture values that we have in Pakistan and the remote area of Pakistan where I reside.
Thank you.
Thanks, ma'am.
Well, I'm Abrar Mustafa from Daily Jang.
from Islamabad, capital of Pakistan. I mostly reported from Parliament and telecom sector. Here I have saw the city system of USA. It's a marvelous system. We enjoy it very much. We are here from last 10 days, 1 or 2 weeks more here. And thank you very much to your university.
Well, thank you for coming, and I'm sure Eric's going to make an excellent host for you in our city. All right, our next presentation. We're going to have an update on the United Way of the Big Bend and City of Tallahassee participation. Heather Mitchell and John Hogan of the United Way, and I'd like to ask Sabrina Holloman and Mike Tadros, who are our co-chairs for this year's City of Tallahassee United Way campaign, along with Heather Mitchell, the United Way President and CEO, and John Hogan, the CEO of Capital Health Plan and this year's United Way campaign chair. And please come forward for a presentation. And while they're coming forward, I'd like to make an announcement. I'm proud to say that our department, which is the city commissioners and the mayor's office, has 100% participation. We've already raised $5,400, and that is $1,500 over the department's goal. And the clock's still ticking, because if all of you will run outside and buy raffle tickets, our numbers will go up even more. And that will definitely be counted in your favor the next time you come to visit us in our office for anything you need. I'd like to give a special thanks to Ashley Edwards and Mario Palmenteri from Parks and Rec, who helped to coordinate the basketball blowout, which I don't know if any of you were able to see. That occurred at 3 o'clock. Great fun. You'll notice my trophy and Commissioner Ziffer's up here on the, we won't tell you what those are
Would
for.
you like to, I'd prefer if you were to differentiate between the two trophies, Mayor Pro Tem. I think it's only appropriate because
Yes, well, one of us won the trophy, one of us for the lowest score, and the other one won the trophy for the highest score, and you can just imagine who won which. I'd like to also recognize our office chair, who's Allie Fleming, aide to Commissioner Maddox, who exceeded the goals and expectations. She put our basketball event together and also our raffle, and she's done a great job. And now, Sabrina, I'm told you have a short video for us about the city's United Way campaign kickoff, and that you'd like to show before Heather and John begin to give us a recap.
All right.
Heck, it's warm.
Thank you, Commissioner Miller. On behalf of Mike Tadros and myself, we're honored to chair this year's campaign. And we officially kicked off our campaign on October the 3rd with a tip-off event at Jack McLean. And we have a brief video to show you of some of the highlights from that event.
We're so blessed to have our jobs. We're so blessed to live in a wonderful community. We're so blessed to be able to give back to the community as a whole in this way. We participate in the United Way every year because we all know that there, before the grace of God, go any of us. And certainly, yes, let's clap to that.
We see hunger on television, right? But there are people in Tallahassee, there are children that know hunger. The United Way makes things possible that would not be possible otherwise. And it's up to us. We have a responsibility because of the blessings we've been given to try to help those that have had not the same opportunities. That's what the United Way is about. And I greatly appreciate your efforts, and I can't tell you how proud I am that year after year, the city of Tallahassee stands tall. Thank you very much.
We're only as good as we are because we care about each other. That's what makes us so wonderfully great in this city. We care, and we're going to continue to care. Again, I want to thank all of you all, every one of you, for what you all are doing for the city of Tallahassee and what you're doing now for the United Way. Thank you so very much. Thank you.
And in the vein of even more fun, I would now like to introduce the City of Tallahassee cheerleading team for an awesome performance.
All right, we had a lot of fun that day. Now I'd like to ask Heather Mitchell if she would come up and say a few words.
Thank you so much. The City of Tallahassee is one of our most important partners in this community, and it is not because of government dollars, because there's not one government dollar that goes into this campaign from the City of Tallahassee. It comes from employees. It comes from the heart. And you've set a pretty ambitious goal this year, which I'm going to let John Hogan talk to you a little bit about, because he was very impressed about that. But I just wanted to share with you some stats today. There are 283,000 people that live in Leon County. 22% of them live in poverty. The poverty rate in Tallahassee is almost 30%. 33,000 families go to America's Second Harvest every month to get food, just to feed their families. 40% of our kids in third grade right now in Leon County schools are not reading on grade level. Those should be really scary statistics to all of us. But the great news is United Way is addressing some of those issues, and this campaign is how that work gets done. So when you get your pledge form this year, I want you to really think about how you can help some of those issues that we are trying to address. And we just thank you. Every year you up the game, every year. I didn't think you could beat the chickens, and you beat the chickens. I didn't think you could beat the go-go boots, and you beat the go-go boots. The basketball theme I think is pretty awesome. I got to tell you, I'm impressed, Commissioner Ziffer, to see your name out on the board out there. Who knew you had that kind of game?
I'm
I
surprised.
didn't.
You're impressed. I'm surprised.
I had an injury today, so.
I was surprised to see yours was below Mr. Cook's. I'll tell you, Commissioner Gillum. But you all have fun with it, and I think that's the important message that you send when you do these kinds of things. This campaign is about helping people, but it's also about team building. It's about boosting the morale of the community. And Tallahassee is just such a caring community. You all prove this every year with the effort that you make for this community campaign, so thank you for that. And I have been so honored to be able to work with John Hogan this year. He is chairing our campaign efforts, and you have to listen very carefully to what he says, because it's always such great pearls of wisdom. So I'm going to let him talk to you today.
All right. Raise the bar.
Thank you, Heather, and Commissioners, thank you for the recognition for United Way and all of the contributions that you and the city staff make to this campaign. And I'm feeling a high bar now. I've got to stand tall because pearls of wisdom, is that what you really said? But honestly, all I really want to do here tonight is say thank you. You've set in the past terrifically high goals to stand tall for the community. The city of Tallahassee has always been a backbone of this campaign, and last year raised $250,000. And that is huge, especially in a tough economy. What do you do after you've already raised $250,000? You set a goal 10% higher than that for this year. That's really ambitious. A really stretched, stand tall goal, and so important to this community. One of the things that I've had the opportunity to do as chair of the campaign is get way more into the detail and a lot more involved in all the good work that United Way agencies do and the people that they help. And it's really quite inspiring, and you get a sense of community throughout this. Every person I talk to is very engaged in this. They're up about it. And Tallahassee is a great place to live for lots of reasons. But first and foremost, I think, is because it is a community. We have a sense of community. We care about each other. We build a strong support network for people when they fall to help them get back up and to help them develop life skills to be independent over the long term. United Way is critically important with that. City of Tallahassee, critically important to the United Way, and I can't say thank you enough for all that you're doing. And I got to say, I mean, you may be the best city commission basketball team in the nation. I mean, you don't know, right?
Best in the nation,
No,
yes.
we don't. We definitely don't know that.
It may be time for a throwdown challenge with the county, so I'll leave you with that just a bit. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I would like to ask all my commissioners to stand up and show off their shirts, and that goes for the staff as well. So if there's anybody in the audience that has on their Stand Tall T-shirts, I'd like for them to show them off to you. We wore them tonight just in honor of our support for United Way. So thank you. And thank you very much. Good luck with the 10% on the city side.
Commissioner Miller, if I could just for a moment, I want to just make a quick comment, and it's kind of associated to this, but I want to recognize John Hogan, a Capital Health Plan, because John not only is here today as leading this campaign for the United Way, but what Capital Health Plan does in our community. This past weekend, we had the Making Strides Walk, and your involvement there and your support there and virtually everything else we do in our community sets the bar unbelievably high for the rest of us. So I want to thank you personally for what you're doing as chair of this, but also for what you do for Capital Health Plan.
Yeah. Madam Pro Tem,
Yes,
I
sir.
just obviously ditto to the kudos to John for leading this year's effort. But, you know, sometimes we hear these goals and don't make the association to, I think, the impact of the work that the United Way has on our community in a really broad way. And I want to salute Heather and the United Way Board of Directors for the leading role you all played earlier this year when we dealt with the crisis at the shelter. Folks were looking for leadership. You all stepped right into the fray in the middle of a fast-changing story, a heartbreaking story, and with you all's leadership, we're now on the road, on the way to building a bigger, better, more efficient, more effective system of care for our homeless individuals so that they can transition into being contributing and productive members of society. And that's not an easy task. So I want to just lift and congratulate the hard work that you all do, and that the money we're raising goes not only to efforts to help that, but also to the front-end wraparound services that help prevent people from going into homelessness. So thank you for your work.
Thank you. Commissioner Maddox, would you like to add anything?
I think I was lucky enough to sit in on the little sharing of ideas. Was that yesterday or the day before with United Way? And what a great organization. What a great organization. Hey, by the way, Capital Health Plan is as well, so we appreciate you splitting your time to do this year's campaign. But so much happens for Tallahasseans because of your efforts. Thank you.
You're here.
And I'd like to thank you for your partnership with us and with the county. All right. I'd also like to thank our employees, because as Heather mentioned, this contribution is not city public money. This is all coming out of the pockets of our employees, and that's pretty awesome. All right, now, moving on to presentation number 2. This presentation is for Dr. Jim Murdaugh, recognizing his appointment to the Economic Development Council Chair. And will Dr. Murdaugh, who is the president of Tallahassee Community College and incoming chair of the Economic Development Council, please join me. And also, I would like to ask Sue Dick, who's the head of the Chamber of Commerce, to come up as well. I'm going to read the proclamation, which is right here. And then I'd like to ask you to make a few remarks. Okay, and I would like also at this point to say Dr. Murdaugh is one of my favorite leaders in this community because he's always there when you need him. Whereas Dr. Jim Murdaugh was named the 6th president of Tallahassee Community College on October 18th, 2010, and whereas Dr. Murdaugh is a member of the Economic Club of Florida and serves on the board as a board member of the Florida Chamber Foundation. And whereas Dr. Murdaugh serves as an executive committee member on the Greater Tallahassee-Leon County Chamber of Commerce and the Leon County Economic Development Council, and is on the Board of Governors for the Leon County Research and Development Authority. And whereas Dr. Murdaugh has also served on the boards of the United Way of the Big Bend, Workforce Plus, and Florida's Great Northwest. And whereas at the state level, Dr. Murdaugh serves on the board of the Florida Association Association of Colleges and Universities and chaired the Florida Association of College and Universities Legislative Agenda Committee for 2012 and 2013. I'm sure that was a daunting task. Whereas Dr. Murdaugh received the 2005 Distinguished Leadership Award from the North Florida chapter of the American Society of Public Administration. He was inducted into the Florida State University College of Criminology and Criminal Justice Hall of Fame in 2011, and in 2012 he was selected as Leader of the Year by Leadership Tallahassee. And now, therefore, I, Nancy Miller, representing Mayor John Marks, by the authority vested in me as Mayor Pro Tem of the City of Tallahassee, do hereby recognize Dr. Jim Murdaugh, Chairman of the Economic Development Council of Tallahassee-Leon County.
Gosh, thank you very much. It is a real honor to serve in any capacity that helps this community, and I'm particularly thrilled to fulfill this role as the incoming chair of the Economic Development Council. And I regret the fact that the United Way folks left, because I would like to say publicly how important I think in the role as chair of the Economic Development Council, how important it is that if we're going to retain and expand existing businesses, and if we're going to recruit new businesses to our community, it's critically important that all of us, and especially the United Way and the issues the United Way helps this community with, raise the level of economic prosperity in our region. It's incredibly important. So I want to say thank you for your support of them as well. Commissioners and Madam City Manager, I would like very much to thank each and every one of you for your steadfast support and partnership with the Economic Development Council, for your personal friendship that I have experienced in my time in my role at the college. And we are so fortunate. I feel like I should be thanking you for the atmosphere that you create that helps make economic prosperity possible, that helps move the ball forward, and the constant support that I've received from each and every one of you about the direction that we're going under the able leadership of Sue Dick as President and CEO of the Chamber and the Economic Development Council. It's a real honor, and I look forward to the next 2 years with your partnerships in place. We're going to do great things for this community. We are at an exciting time, a real tipping point in what's happening, and it is in no small measure thanks to what the City of Tallahassee has done. And we will be a faithful partner. And I pledge to you, I will work as hard as I can possibly work over the next 2 years to improve the economy of Tallahassee and the region. So thank you very much for this honor.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and finally, we have a presentation recognizing the Florida League of Cities Home Rule Hero Award recipients. We're very delighted to have 2 of them, and I'd like to welcome to the podium Casey Cook with the Florida League of Cities.
Thank you, Commissioner Miller. As many of you know, what happens at the Capitol during the legislative session can directly affect the day-to-day operations here in the city of Tallahassee. I'm Casey Cook. I work with the Florida League of Cities. I'm one of their lobbyists. We follow about 1,000 bills every year that directly or indirectly affect cities. Many of those bills are technical in nature, and a lot of times we'll reach out to our members to find out how bills will affect their city. Sometimes we even ask staff to come with us to meetings with legislators to explain why their bills are good or bad ideas in most cases. I've had the pleasure to work with 2 gentlemen, Major Chris Connell and Alan Sechrist, on several issues over the last couple years, but they are truly exemplary employees, and they have done an outstanding job. They have testified before the legislature, they have met with legislators, and they have been extremely helpful to the League of Cities. And that's why we are honoring them with our Home Rule Hero today, Home Rule Hero Award today. If you guys would come forward. Alan, Chris. And I'll read for everybody what it says. Florida League of Cities presents the Home Rule Hero Award to Alan Sechrist, Traffic Mobility Manager, for outstanding legislative advocacy in 2013 in the fight for municipal home rule, thereby protecting every Floridian's constitutional right to local self-government. Give him a round of applause. I won't put you through having to read Major Connell's plaque, but it says the same thing. But we really appreciate these guys and hope that they will continue to work with us going forward, and we appreciate the Commission's support and your membership in the Florida League of Cities. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, if I could add, we're also proud that one of our Florida League of Cities lobbyists is the product of two former city employees. In Casey Cook and both of his parents work for the city of Tallahassee, and we couldn't have a better advocate fighting on behalf of cities.
Good, and thank you. That's the end of presentations, and now we'll get on to the rest of our meeting.
We're on item number 8. Madam Mayor Pro Tem, citizen input on agenda items.
We have a number of speakers tonight. I'll remind our citizen commenters that we set aside 30 minutes at this time of the meeting. We allow up to 3 minutes for each speaker. There will be a light to your left that will be green, and then will turn amber and ultimately red when your 3 minutes have expired. We've got a dozen or so speakers, so any of you who want to just second someone else's comments could save a couple of minutes, but if you can be just a little bit brief, that might allow us to get all 12 speakers in the 30 minutes. Anybody who does not fit in with that 30-minute window, we would be able to take at the unagended speaker portion of the meeting later. And with that, our first speaker is Gary Jordan, speaking on item 13.07, and 13.07 is discussion of extension of milestone deadlines in connection with former Floridan parcel. Okay. That item will be discussed by the commission. There won't be discussion on those individual items as we go through. If you'd like to wait until the unagended portion of the meeting, you can. The way the meeting is structured, our items on consent and policy formation, citizens have an opportunity to speak at this point in the meeting in advance of the items, and that'll hold true for the others on items 1305 and 07. If you have a public hearing item, those items will be taken individually with opportunities to speak on the item as it's brought forward.
Well, then I will certainly avail myself of the opportunity, Ms. Clerk. Gary Jordan on behalf of McKibben Properties, 502 North Adams Street, speaking on item 1307. We will be available for questions should commissioners have any questions during that item, and we'll be here. But the item is here largely because we believe it's an equity policy decision. Through no fault of the applicant, in April of this year, you allowed the applicant 9 months based on his investment, on their investment, to present an alternative plan for the corner in question. The applicant was about a little over halfway through that process when other private citizens in this community filed a suit attempting to stop the project. The applicant has said that in going through that process, the clock ought to stop on the 9 months he was given. We think that decision has equity and is the appropriate policy decision for the city to take. The lawsuit will find its way, and we will be here when it's done, and at that time the appropriate clock should start. So we're here to answer questions, and I'm sure you will have some during the item, and look forward to the discussion. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Next.
The next speaker would be Wes Townsend, also on, I believe, 1307.
And then he'll be followed by Erwin Jackson on 1305 and 1307.
I really don't have anything to add to what Gary mentioned. I'm also available for questions and comments at the appropriate time.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Next is Erwin Jackson. He'll be followed by Alan Williams.
Erwin Jackson, 1341 Jackson Bluff. Two issues, 1307 real quickly regarding the McKibben Group. Scott Maddox has done a great job lobbying on behalf of the McKibben Property Group. His company Governance has done a fine job. Gary Jordan has done a fine job, even though he didn't admit it here tonight, but he's not a registered lobbyist for that group, unfortunately, as far as the city's known. What I'm going to ask is this group's had plenty of opportunities. I've been involved in real estate for a number of years. We need to say no more extensions, no more wasted time. We need to keep the deposit, and we need to put the property back on the market, and we'll get a higher price than we've started previously. 1305, Killearn Estates, the ponds, the lakes. I've lived in Killearn for over 20 years. I was on a board for 6 years, about 6 years ago. And Killearn has been the cash cow of Leon County for a number of years, and this city in particular. When I was on the board, the problem we had was the city wanted to have the runoff go into our lakes, pollute our lakes, destroy our lakes, and then simply charge us a fee for stormwater. And the stormwater resolution was to destroy our lakes. I think that at this point in time, after 6 years, I believe this city, nothing's going to happen. The board and other members in Killearn said, well, we'll give them one more chance. Fine, I hope something works out. The solution that I have is much simpler. I think what we should do is it's now time for the citizens of Tallahassee to de-annex ourselves from the city. That would, thank you. We are tired of continuing to face this. We have been ripped off, the cash cow. We don't want to have to stand here and come and beg you to not destroy our property. Don't see too much. It would certainly reduce in reducing our property taxes. We wouldn't have to pay the overcharges in the trash removal fee that we're being charged now. And I got one other thing. I want to talk to Matt Lutz real quick. You know, I've been talking about ethics for a long time. Now, Matt, I got this in an email. He's an administrator here in the city, and he wants to run to be on the board. Now, my problem here is very simple. If Matt ever gets on the board, then is he going to be representing the interest of the city of Tallahassee, or is he going to be representing the interest of the citizens? This is an obvious conflict, and this type of thing we shouldn't allow. And I would certainly encourage Matt, go ahead and run for the county. I think he's done a fine job when I've worked with him, but it's a built-in conflict. We can't allow that to happen. Those are both items. I appreciate it, and thank you very much. Wish you the best.
Excuse me, your time's expired.
But de-annexation is the solution.
Next speaker is Alan Williams. Alan will be followed by Bob Ippolito. Alan Williams to be followed by Bob Ippolito.
I would like to refer to the second half using NFL parlance. I would like to hear the discussion led by Mike Tadros on utilities, because much of what I have to say is reflecting, I'm sure, what he has to say about the city's position on the lakes.
I will move you to the unagended speakers portion at the end. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Then the next speaker would be Bob Ippolito, to be followed by Brad Trotman.
My name is Bob Ippolito. I'm the president of Killearn Homes Association, 2705 Killarney Way. On behalf of the 12,000 city residents of Killearn Estates, the Killearn Homes Association Board of Directors request that our city's elected officials direct the city manager and his staff to abide by the Florida Annexation Statute, Chapter 171, Leon County, Tallahassee Stormwater Ordinance 82-15, the county and city memorandums of agreement from 1975 to 1988, and the city's current annexation policy, number 132, and accept the city's responsibility to maintain and improve the stormwater drainage facilities in Killearn Estates and improve the Killearn lakes as listed in the city's MS4 permit to DEP. These highly polluted lakes, a category 5, the worst you can have, has been listed on the Department of Environmental Protection's agency, the TML report. I presented our request and recommendation to the city staff on May 1st, 2012, and was told that the city did not have the funds to remove the silt, the sediments, nor improve the water quality of Killearn lakes listed in the city's MS4 permit. In addition, the city staff stated that the lakes were owned by the 12,000 city residents of Killearn, and the residents were responsible for the cleanup of the lakes. To assist the city, Killearn has obtained $10 million to be given to the city by the Blueprint 2000 Sales Tax Committee. The city staff has ignored its obligations outlined in the city's 1982 annexation by referendum, urban service plan, and the 1982 Leon County Tallahassee Stormwater Ordinance 82-15, which clearly states any document affecting the title to land which contains provisions or requirements for the maintenance of drainage facilities by persons other than Leon County or the city of Tallahassee shall contain the following statement. Neither Leon County nor the city of Tallahassee is responsible for the maintenance, upkeep, or improvement of any drainage facility referred to herein. None of Killearn common properties have the required statement in our deeds which exclude neither Leon County nor the city of Tallahassee from their responsibility to maintain and improve the drainage facilities and the Class 3 water bodies within Killearn Estates. Killearn Estates have not nor are requesting that the city manage the lake's pleasing appearance or aesthetic values, but for the city staff to accept its long overdue responsibility to remove the sediments, the silt, the pollutants as mandated by the aforementioned laws, ordinances, policies, and the city's current practice with other state water bodies listed in their MS4 permit. If they any questions, I'll be glad to answer them within my 3 minutes. Thank you. If not, we seek your assistance to help us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Brad Trotman, be followed by Grayson Harper.
Good evening. My name is Brad Trotman. I'm the Executive Director of Killearn Homes Association. I'm going to make this fairly short.
Could we have your address for the record, please?
2705 Killarney Way. Good. This all started long before I got on board at Killearn Estates. There's obviously some responsibility on the city's part, and I'd like to now present the 2014 signed petitions by residents of Killearn Estates. We hope we'll enter this into wherever you put it. And you have people testing our waters every month. You're expending money on our lakes every year, thousands and thousands of dollars. If you don't have any responsibility, why are you permitting our lakes? There is responsibility. We care about aesthetics. We also care about what's being put into the lakes from all the urban runoff, from commercial, residential, all of it's within the city. We need your help. We've been asking for a long, long time. So I'm going to leave it at that. I have some papers to give out to y'all before I leave here tonight. And please don't disappoint these 2014 people that took time to sign this petition and all the residents we have here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Grayson Harper, followed by Craig Kahn.
My name is Grayson. I live in Killearn. I want the city to clean up our lakes because they dirtied it.
Thank you, Grayson, very much for coming.
Grayson just allowed time for one extra speaker, I think. Craig Kahn is next. He'll be followed by Melissa Sleeman.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, City Commissioners, I'm Craig Kahn, 3131 Furns Glen Drive, Tallahassee, Florida. I am familiar with most of you in my professional life. I'm here to speak to you from my personal life. I am a property owner in Killarney Estates. I live on Lake Killarney. I've owned that property for over 10 years. But more importantly, I started going to Killarney Lakes when I was about Grayson's age. We lived in Bradfordville on a farm in the 1960s and the 1970s. I grew up riding horses down a dirt Belvedere Road when Thomasville Road was a two-lane byway to Georgia. We would go into the back part of Killarney. We would swim in the Killarney Lakes. We would fish in the Killarney Lakes, and we would boat in the Killarney Lakes. I don't allow my 7-year-old to go anywhere near the lake because of the health conditions I think that it poses to her. When I bought property there 10 years ago, I knew the conditions of the lake wasn't pristine, but I didn't realize how bad it was until the lakes dried up. And it dried up in front of my house, and I could see the numerous feet of sediment that had accumulated over the years. Now, I'm not looking for a legal solution. You heard our president speak in various legal terms. I don't think a legal solution is practicable to all the parties involved. I'm looking for a political solution. And that's why I took time out of my day to come here today to say, we all have joint responsibilities for the cleanup of this chain of lakes. The city receives benefits from these chains of lakes, and I don't know, I haven't looked at the permits, I haven't looked at the easements that are involved, but I would assume that there are some shared responsibilities about who's responsible for what in the maintenance of those lakes. I would encourage you all, as the policy setters for this community, to take a hard look at this. Listen to the recommendations of your staff, but recognize that they are following a very narrow set of policies that they have to abide by. That's their role. You are the policymakers, and you have an opportunity to affect those policies. I would encourage you to meet with us, work on a mutually beneficial solution. I understand one side's not going to take full responsibility, but I think if we all can work together and have some shared responsibilities, that we can resolve this solution and have some type of a long-term plan that will make those lakes, maybe not to the extent that they were in the 1960s, but at least something that I'm not going to be fearful of having one of my children go and swim in. So thank you very much, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, and I'd be more than happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Kahn. Next speaker.
Next, Melissa Sleeman. After Ms. Sleeman, Curtis Baines would be the next speaker.
Hello, my name is Melissa Sleeman. I live at 3506 Crosshaven Lane in the Killarney Estates. And originally, a long time ago, I was from Michigan before I joined the U.S. Air Force. And one of the things I learned in a year of outdoor education was the importance of natural lakes and water flow and everything like that. Because where I grew up, it was farm country, and we had to worry about pollutants and stuff. And this was 20 years on back. But the important thing here is that we're talking about city pollution and everything like that, not just what comes from households, but what comes, everything flows downhill, and whether it be good or bad. And the important thing is that we're asking for the city of Tallahassee to help as much as they possibly can. We're paying our taxes, we're doing everything right. We're not meaning to be adversarial or anything like that, but it's like, when I moved here 12 years ago with my husband, after I got out of service, it was important to us that we have that natural Florida experience. And that's what Killarney is. That's what Tallahassee is. It's natural Florida. And for this pollution to kill the wildlife, and it's just so disheartening. My mom-in-law comes from Omaha, Nebraska. There isn't much for lakes out there. But when she comes, I want her to be proud of where I live. So that way she can go back and say, Tallahassee is an awesome city. We like it. I like it here. And I want her to someday move with us, to us, and say, Mom, this is great. We have beautiful lakes. And God made this lake for everybody to enjoy. So we hope that you sincerely think about it and work with us to get the pollution out of the lakes. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Curtis Baines, followed by Sean McGlynn.
Good evening. Curtis Baines, 1323 East Tennessee Street. I would just take a moment, try to comment on a couple of quick points. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on 1305. I was going to speak on that, but it seemed like you have plenty of other speakers to do that for me. But there is a couple of issues that need to be resolved here. One has to do with the issue of the ownership of the lakes, and the other has to do who is responsible for runoff into the lakes. If there is no political solution to this, as the earlier speaker mentioned, that it seems to me that there has to be a legal solution to it, because that's the fundamental issue here, and it doesn't make any sense for the citizens of Killearn to be paying stormwater runoff fees to the city and then turn around and put a $10 million item on the sales tax list, which is on there the last time I checked, to pay for it there too. So it seems to me we need to resolve where this ought to be properly paid. The other thing, I had just a quick comment on 1307, dealing with the option extension. If I'm reading the agenda item correctly, this is going to be presented to the Department or Division of Administrative Hearings in November, and I expect that shortly after that there will be a decision there. And it doesn't make a lot of sense to me to grant a 2-year extension on something where we can get an answer in whatever the reasonable time might be, 30 or 60 or 90 days, whatever that might be. And if there is an extension, there's nothing wrong with granting extensions or options to purchase property, and there's nothing wrong with granting extensions. But typically what occurs when a developer asks for an extension is there's additional option consideration for the extension. And if we're going to extend it for 2 more years, when 90 days is the only thing we need an answer to, then it seems to me we ought to expect the developer to pay additional option consideration for the 2-year extension. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Baines. And just for the clarification, the agenda item asks that the extension go until the final decision of the quasi-judicial proceedings and any other legal challenges are issued. Dr. McGlynn.
I'm Sean McGlynn, 568 Beverly Court, Tallahassee. I'm the president of the local chapter of the Florida Lake Management Society here. I'm the president of the local chapter of Audubon. I'm on the board of directors of the Friends of Wakulla Springs, and I study lakes. I'm a limnologist. And I'm really addressing a couple of items that were in the agenda mentioned. First of all, these are not private lakes. They're classified as jurisdictional waters of the United States. You have to have a permit to do anything. You have no property rights, even though you may have title to the bottom. They are classified as Class 3 recreational waters of the state, and as so, they've been tested by DEP and found to be impaired. And they're on the verified list of impaired waters for the state of Florida, the 303D list. It is also a natural lake. It was on maps back in the 1820s. It was called Turkey Lake. In the aerials that DOT runs every winter, you can see them. You can see Lake Kinsale, Lake Kanturk, and Lake Killarney, clear as day as they were now back in the 30s, back in the 20s, back in 1905. These lakes did mirror the hydrocycle of Lake Jackson. They go dry and they fill up just like Jackson. Also, one other unique thing about these lakes is Stoddard, the co-founder of Tall Timbers Research Stations, started his work on Killearn Lake's plantation. And that's where he did his work on Turkey Lake. He went on to colonize and do fire ecology, the started fire plots, and everything else that was started there in Killearn Lakes Plantation. There are karst lakes like Jackson. It varies like Jackson has sinkholes. And like other lakes that were developed after the 1950s, they have wells. Lake Apopka has about 5 wells. Lake Lafayette has wells. There are wells in Timberlake. There are wells in Blairstone Pond. Some wells put water in. Wells can also be used to take water out. They're very common tools. It doesn't have any difference whether it's natural or not, whether it has a well. And it's a tribute to the people at Killearn Lakes that they didn't turn on those wells and fill them up all this time, because it would take water from Wakulla Springs in the aquifer. And lastly, they shouldn't be blamed for what a developer did. And what the developer really did was he filled a sinkhole. There was a sinkhole in that lake that was keeping it dry. It opened up. Lake Jackson was full at that time. It was the only time they were different, and he filled it. He didn't build those lakes, and there's really only one control structure that is a big concrete dam. And those are natural lakes. They're very unique. They're historic, and I think they should be restored and brought back to their original beauty. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
The last speaker we have is Stephanie Jackson. I'd also like to mention to Mr. Williams that while you will have a chance to speak later in the meeting, it will follow the public hearings, which begin at 6, and so depending on how long the public hearings take, you could have, as soon as Ms. Jackson finishes, we'll take your remarks.
Thank you very much. Stephanie Jackson, 5002 Glen Rose Court. 20 years ago, in June of this year, we moved into our beautiful home. I was very excited to learn that I lived on Lake Killarney. I'm sorry that little Grayson has already left the chambers, but at that time, we had 2 young sons, a 4-year-old and a 7-year-old. We had our little 15-foot aluminum john boat with our electric motor, and we were able to take our boys around Lake Killarney. Today, you heard from Grayson. This has been 20 years. When we were in a position to help out, I actually met with a gentleman that came down from Georgia. True story. He had hundreds and hundreds of some kind of fish, and I volunteered as a resident and trying to be part of the solution. Met with this gentleman, and he would throw in 1 fish at a time, and I was to count them to make sure that he lived up to his responsibility, and these fish were to be a situation where it would help clean up our lakes, get rid of some of the algae. I'm not a biologist, but I'm tired. And I want to get your attention. Brad Trotman is incredible. He has worked and worked and worked. I read every month my Killearn Cloverleaf, and Brad Trotman, he's tired, and I'm here to lend a voice to our president. I'm also here to lend a voice to Bob Ippolito, because these gentlemen, they are working, and they bring these situations not only to people like me who can see it every day. And yes, I'm not above going out across my backyard. I pick up styrofoam cups. I pick up milk cartons, because where I live at the end of Glen Rose Court, the city has a drainage pipe, and I can walk out there on a rainy day and the water is just carrying all kinds of god-awful debris. And guys, it needs to stop. What we are asking for is, again, to look for leadership, for you all to step up to the plate. Look at our representation here. Look at it here. Please, we are asking you all to look. We're looking for leadership. And when we leave today, I hope that in my next edition of the Killearn Cloverleaf, I'm not going to just go, here we go again, that our message is falling on deaf ears.
Excuse me, your time's expired.
Please help us. Thank you so much.
This is the last speaker of citizen comments, and we'll be right at 30 minutes.
I'm Alan Williams of 5107 Clare Castle Way, Tallahassee, resident there for over 7 years. For at least 25 years, the city of Tallahassee has demonstrated blatant irresponsibility toward our once valuable natural resource, Killearn Lakes, and absolutely has refused to cooperate with the people of Killearn Estates in any lake restoration without some strings attached. The latest reference will be found in the Killearn Cloverleaf October issue, page 5, if you'd like to reference that. Killearn Lakes are indeed lakes. They're here long before Killearn Estates was begun. They're not flow-through prairies or even holding ponds as characterized by city staff, and we do have the pictures to prove it. In a recent report of our membership from Association President Bob Eppolito spoke earlier, he stated that Jennifer Portman in the July 7th issue of the Tallahassee Democrat clearly provided opposing opinions of the city and us. She wrote of our request and approval for $10 million from the Blueprint Sales Tax Committee, also referenced by Bob, money for the city to implement Killearn Estates freshwater restoration project. It has never happened. Catherine Bray, an environmental specialist with the city's stormwater department, has been quoted as saying, "We are unclear how $10 million was even estimated." She knows, if she is somewhat familiar with the expert analysis from Mr. H.P. Goodling, Assistant City Streets and Drainage Supervisor, to Rhett Miller, Director of Public Works, dated July 13, 1989. Yes, I said 1989. Been a long, contentious project. This reveals how the $10 million was reached. Ms. Bray also said, quote, "What we aren't going to do is go into some privately owned water of the state right now and remove sediment." Now remember her words. If that reflects the official position of the city, not to go into what Ms. Bray terms privately owned water of the state to remove sediment that their stormwater system has created, along with the pollution, then perhaps the city should create its own system of retention ponds and leave our lakes alone. Remove your conduits of pollution and think about the cost of that little project. A short footnote, we in Killearn do vote.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Next speaker?
That's the last speaker at this
All
time.
right, thank you. I wanted to, well, then I guess our next,
We should probably move to consent.
yes.
And then,
Second.
go ahead.
All in favor of consent, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you. All the consent items pass. Are we going to have this legislative priorities?
We
or are
can do
gonna
that,
postpone that?
or if, since we have so many folks here on this one item, Commissioner, if you, I'd recommend moving it up so that we can have that presentation now.
I'd like to do that if we could.
All right, do
That's
you want
item
to, what about
13.05?
introduction of ordinances? Could we introduce the ordinances
Yes.
quickly? All right, let's have introduction of ordinances.
We have two ordinances to introduce tonight under 12.01. It's the introduction of ordinance number 13-Z-27. Is proposed amendment to the official zoning map to change the zoning classification from Lake Protection Zoning District to the Stars Middle School Plan Unit Development Zoning District. First and only public hearing on this ordinance is scheduled for November 26, 2013. The ordinance is here for introduction only tonight, and the ordinance, again, is officially titled, "An Ordinance of the City of Tallahassee, Florida, designating and including additional territory as and in PUD Plan Unit Development of the official zoning map of the City of Tallahassee, and adopted and established by the City Commission and providing an effective date." Again, a full public hearing is scheduled at 6 p.m. on November 26th. I've got a motion to approve that.
So moved.
Introduce that, I should say.
Moved by Commissioner Ziffer.
And this is simply to introduce.
Just introduction. Right?
Second.
Sir. Second, it's been moved and seconded to introduce this ordinance into our public record. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed? Thank you. All right, next.
Item 12.02 is introduction of ordinance 13-0-30, revising the Land Development Code to provide public participation at Development Review Committee meetings, otherwise known as DRC committee meetings. The first and only public hearing scheduled for this ordinance is November 26 at 6 p.m. 2013, and the official title of this ordinance number 13-0-30, is an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee, Florida, amending Chapter 9 of the Tallahassee Land Development Code, revising the procedures for the Development Review Committee to provide for public participation, providing for conflicts, severability, and effective date. Again, a public hearing on this ordinance is scheduled for November 26, 2013 at 6 o'clock.
All right, do I hear a
Move for
motion?
introduction.
Second?
Sure. I thought they were automatically introduced, I'm sorry. They are.
Two. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you. All right, now, my understanding is that by consensus, we're moving item number 1305 up to right now so that all the folks that are here will have an opportunity to hear this without having to wait until 8 o'clock tonight after our public hearings. Good, thank you. And with that, let's see, Mike
Commissioners,
Tadros.
Let me just make a few introductory remarks. As you've already heard, there are a lot of concerns that Killearn homeowners have about both the condition of the lakes and the role of responsibility for maintaining the lakes. This has been a very, very long-term issue. We have dealt with it at commission meetings over the years. We've dealt with it individually with citizens who have been concerned, and certainly with the Killearn Homeowners Association. Tonight is an opportunity to provide a full picture to you of the history of the issue and allow for any discussion that you might have on the issue. And with that, let me ask Catherine Bray if she would come forward and present the item, and Commissioners, you feel free to ask any questions you might have on the issue.
Pointer.
It's Michelle.
Just have to live without it.
Oh, there it is. Okay, good. Thank you. Sorry about that. I had to get set up. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. Again, I'm Catherine Bray. I work with Underground Utilities in the Water Resources Engineering Division. I'm an environmental specialist. It's been a while since I've been before the commission. You might not recognize me. The last time I was here, I was in a giant blue water drop suit. So,
Of course, we recognized you right away. It was easy.
thank you. As Ms. Favors-Thompson said, you've heard these issues several times over many years, and the topics, let me get used to using the slide here. The topics before you are common topics that have been discussed for several years. And today, I'd like to kind of categorize these into two different groups or buckets, if you will. One's related to the lake issues and the concerns there, and the maintenance and responsibilities relative to that. And then the other bucket is relative to the regulatory matters, and which is the TMDLs with the Department of Environmental Protection, the Impaired Waters Rule, and the causes of impairment. And with both of those buckets, it's how the level of responsibility differs for the city with those buckets, so. Welcome to the Killearn Lakes watershed. This is about 7,000 acres that has the potential to drain to the Killearn chain of lakes, as they're called now. There's about 43% is in the city limits and about 57% in the county limits. And of that 43%, there's 46%, or almost half of that, are the Killearn neighborhood. So, for you to understand the maintenance and the management issues, first I want to give you kind of a brief history of the lake system. And I'm going to go through a series of aerials here so that you can get familiar with what it looked like before, then, now, and understand the problems that are occurring now. The lovely blue line around there is just to give you an idea of to point out these water features here. Let me see if I can use the mouse. To point out the water features on this slide, because it's not real apparent back in 1937. So, and as you know, the Killearn neighborhood is around these lakes. To get your bearings here, up here to the left side of the slide is what is now called Lake Kinsale, and then in the middle, what's called Lake Killarney, and then Kanturk over here to the right on the east side. These, right now, they're holding a little bit of water. They intermittently flood. It was low areas in a tributary system that makes its way, down towards Lake Lafayette. Often wet and dry, and I'm going to reiterate this wet-dry cycle for you for many reasons you'll see later on. So we're going to go from 1937 to 2012, but don't worry, I'm not going to go through every year. This is 1954, and again, this blue line's needed because you can barely differentiate the floodplain flowway from the farmed areas surrounding that, where the Velda dairy pastures and fields are. This was kind of a dry year. There was only about 31 inches this year. In 1960, farming became more extensive, and you can see the fields here. You can see the drainage ditches for farming and stock ponds that were in the middle. And apparently there was some control burn indicating that there was vegetation, and they used this area for farming and didn't have water in it for them to burn there. In 1962, this is a close-up shot of the farm fields, and you can see the drainage ditch in the middle and the tractor rows of some sort. In 1966 was more of an average rainfall year, and you can see they're holding water here. This was an above-average rainfall year, actually. And then in 1970, construction of the lakes begins. It's often referred to in the Killearn properties notes, the details of the construction. They reshaped the banks. Roads were constructed across various areas where some of them were originally there from Velda Dairy, and left intact that way. They also left intact this ditch through the middle. And it was at this time, while they were working in these dry areas and using these roads, which were essentially impoundments because they were trying to create this real estate amenity and hold water there. They knew they needed pumps to maintain the lake levels. So wells were installed to pump groundwater to this system. 1983, about 10 years after lake construction, Killearn Properties, I might refer to it as KPI, they're still maintaining the lakes. They've been pumping, and about a year after this, they transfer their ownership and responsibilities to the Killearn Homeowners Association, which I may refer to as KHA in this presentation. In 1999, you can see one of the effects of when pumping isn't available anymore. They stopped pumping probably in the mid to late 80s after they took over. And then in 2012, this was just last year, fairly dry, and the ditches are still visible. Now, I want to point out that these ditches are still visible today. And this is a strong indication that the sediment buildup may not be a significant issue at all. And so I'm going to, now that you had a quick run through, I'm going to run you through just a couple one more time. I'm going to go through, this was 1954, and note here, if you are, hopefully you can see my mouse too. Yes, there are no ditch lines through here. And then in 62, that's when they appeared. Veldadere put those in. And in 70, you can see the ditch still intact here in the lowest areas of this system. And then there they are today. So this can be an aesthetic issue. When the lake levels are low and you see sediment mounds that pile up at the end of the stormwater, the inflow pipes, or the outfalls as they're called, to the lakes, it's unsightly. And we had that problem in Lake Ella a few years ago too. That was a stormwater facility, and people don't like seeing the mounds of sediment, and they equate that with being all over the lake. But it's not really a functional problem. It's aesthetic. And this indicates that if those were still there, and I'm going to give you a on-the-ground view of last year, this is at least a couple feet deep, this ditch. So after almost 40-plus years of what would be supposed sediment buildup, these would not be visible with that. I can use the example of 50 years on one side of my house where I had sediment transported, and it actually did cover up the inflow, the crawl space holes underneath my house. So I witnessed how it can move sediment, but that doesn't seem to be apparent here. So the sustainability of the lakes. To understand this, I got to throw the word hydrology at you. This refers to, in this instance, the rainfall patterns and the amount of runoff that's generated from the rainfall, and how different systems respond to the cycles. For instance, not too far across the road to the west, you have Lake Hall and Lake McBride, and those hold water. They're in a very different physiographic region, and they hold water all the time. KPI recognized that these water levels would be an issue, and that they would artificially need to be maintained by pumping to have some sort of steady level and maintain that real estate amenity. We have a letter from the KPI president to the city in 1972. He wanted a deal on his electric bill because the cost for running the pumps, they wanted to see if they could get a lower rate. And the part I want to read is the middle sentence, where he says, for this additional filling of these lakes to maintain the water level at an adequate level to assure the proper ecological balance for the aesthetic value as well as the plant and fish life in these lakes. The cost of these lakes are the responsibility of the residents of Killearn Estates, and this cost is not a one-time situation. It will continue forever. They understood this. The engineers understood this as well. When they designed the lakes. And just to give you another...
I'm sorry, a quick question about how would you categorize the changes that occurred in the lake that were man-made, if you will, construction-related? What percentage of that, how significant alteration would you say happened man-made over what was natural?
The significance is mainly the roads that go over and that impound the system. Those are the most significant, where they it changes the flow path of the water there. But the part that's significant that doesn't matter is that this wet-dry cycle was already in existence even before the development. And there was an attempt with the pumping to try to keep them full of water.
And when did the pumping stop?
It was in the mid to late 80s, as far as I know. I believe that's what I recently read on an inspection report when Mr. Trotman spoke to the Water Management District about this.
So that was after the transfer was made to KHA?
Yes. Yes, the transfer happened in about 1984, so it was sometime after that, but in the 80s. This is just an on-the-ground view of the abandoned pumps that they're still there. And this is in Lake Kanturk last year when it was dry. So who is responsible for maintenance? And where does that responsibility lie? The city is responsible for water quality impacts, and we are responsible for the discharges of the storm sewer system. That is, we do have a permit, the MS4, and that's to, the state and federal agencies recognize that stormwater must go somewhere, and as long as we apply our due diligence to improve the water quality of that storm water to our best ability, then we comply with all permits. So,
Could you, just on that point, how many private storm water systems exist in the city limits? So residential that have been created. Do you have a number on how many they exist?
well, I do, and I have a slide coming up on that, but I
Well,
can
the
answer
reason
that now.
it's relevant to this only because I want to know if the same applies to those bodies of water as well. Does the city also accept responsibility for water quality impacts on those bodies of water as well?
We accept water quality impacts from any of our discharges, then if they going to the waters of the state.
So,
And these Killearn lakes, although they are privately owned, they are considered waters of the state.
right, so the number that you're about to give me for the number of private lakes that exist, does that same rule apply for all of those?
They,
Let me try with this. There's a distinction that'll help with
Please.
this question. When we use the term stormwater facility, it can be used in many ways. For instance, I believe the number you were going to quote was 1,150 private stormwater facilities, and that's a reference to permitted stormwater ponds. So no, the city would not be responsible for maintaining water quality in permitted stormwater ponds. But for instance, a lake such as in Summerbrook or Southwood, natural lakes that are not permitted stormwater ponds for treatment, yes, they would apply.
And so the distinction is what? Tell me again what the legal distinction is between what we would accept responsibility for and what we won't.
Things that are waters of the state, waters of the U.S., and I'm not trying to be evasive there. If somebody builds a stormwater treatment system, dirty water is supposed to be there. So obviously, we're not responsible for trying to elevate the water quality in a stormwater treatment system that a developer has constructed. But let's take Southwood, for instance, where they have a natural stream with lakes running down them. In terms of water quality impacts, those are waters of the state, and the city would be responsible for them. Now, in terms of the maintenance of those natural water features, Southwood is responsible. So when we say that the city has responsibility, the word water quality impacts is in there, because the Clean Water Act doesn't cover the removal of sediment or the mowing of weeds or anything like that. That's why we make this distinction between aesthetics and water quality impacts. So if all the flora and fauna were dying off because of water quality impacts, that would be an issue.
Got it. Thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Yes,
question.
sir. Commissioner Marks.
In the material that I got from the association, it refers over and over again that the city is dumping polluted water on there. I assume what they're talking about is that permitted development upstream is causing the polluted water. Is that a correct assumption?
Our stormwater conveyance system is called the MS4, the storm sewer system, and we have a city permit for that. The MS4 has the NPDES permit, the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permit, and that allows us to discharge our waters through waters of the state. They recognize it has to go somewhere, as long as we comply with all the elements of our permit, and that would be public education, street sweeping, drainage maintenance, all of that, as long as we do everything to the maximum extent practical to keep those waters clean that go through waters of the state, then that's what we're permitted for. And we have always been in complete compliance with our NPDES permit.
Catherine, who issues the NPDES permit?
Pardon?
Who issues the NPDES permit?
Well, it's a federal program, the NPDES program, but the state DEP manages it for EPA.
So if I'm hearing you right, it sounds like, and hearing the residents right, it sounds like the assessment of the pollution level is the question here. Is that correct?
Well, yes, the assessment of the pollution level, but there's the pollution level, and in this case, it's nutrients, which I'll get into, but of what's in the storm water coming into the lakes, or the water quality in the lakes. And what the residents are concerned about are the conditions in their lake and the water quality. And what I'm going to show you later is that some of those water quality conditions may be a response to many other hydrological and natural factors, and not all the highly polluted water coming into the system.
All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Madison, let me add a follow-up to the answer to your question. And Catherine will have a slide on this later. But we do have some preliminary numbers with regard to the impacts of upstream development as opposed to the Killearn community itself. And it's somewhat of interest. It does look like in-lake contributions are the primary factor with regard to the nutrients, phosphorus, and nitrogen. And that's really all we're talking about here. We're using the word pollution, but I think everybody needs to understand. We're really talking about nitrogen and phosphorus, not human health issues.
All right. So you want to continue?
He just stole all my good lines. Okay, and I think he covered that slide well, too. So, so who is responsible for the maintenance? Again, we have to emphasize that these lakes are private property, and the state does not work and maintain private property. We maintain our part of the system up to that, up to those waters. To get on the question, Commissioner Gillum, about private stormwater ponds, not a private lake, but a private stormwater pond. There's about 1,150, and if we were to take over that level of responsibility, it would be about $2.3 million maintenance costs per year, and so we would need an additional 14% increase in our stormwater fees to cover that cost. And of course, this brings up an inequity issue. To charge the broader population 14% or more of working in private ponds when they don't have access to those properties is not something that the city has been willing to consider at all. And the city manager made that clear in her letter to KHA last year. So the annexation and maintenance, I'm not going to go into detail quoting annexation numbers and references here. The bottom line is it does not transfer the responsibility to the city. It does not transfer private property and the ownership of those responsibilities to the city. But it does require that the city provide urban services, including stormwater services, to those areas of the city, including Killearn. And the example I can give you is if you own a private golf course and you're annexed, you're not going to give up ownership for that annex, and you're still going to maintain that golf course. If you own a private lake, again, you're not going to give up the maintenance of that. So,
Quick question on that. If we have a policy when we accept stormwater systems or road systems that are not ours, that they be brought up to city code or city standard. And one question is, have we communicated to the association that we will accept that body of water if it is brought to our standard? And if the answer to that is yes, what additional layer of maintenancing would we be doing if we were to accept it?
I don't know the history of if Killearn has offered ownership of the lakes to us, so I don't know if someone else wants to address that.
I guess even if they hadn't,
What if-
hypothetically, yeah.
What if in waters of the state, again, we have that situation. We have Lake Munson, we have Lake Hall. We still work to protect and clean up the water that's coming into the lake. We rarely, except for in, say, some of the park areas where they own part of that lake, where they own the lake bottom, then they do some plant management. But we really haven't had to do a sediment removal. That's one of the last things you do is remove sediment. You actually control things back at the source. And one of the I was thinking about this earlier, one of the main suggestions from well-known lake limnologists around town for Lake Munson, for instance, and Lake Miccosukee, their recommendation for improving water quality was to draw down the lakes and dry them. And if anything helps, that does. Each time that consolidates the lake bottom and kind of binds any pollutants that are there for when it refloods again.
So, I mean, again, going back to the hypothetical, assuming that the contribution or the offer was made for us to accept that body of water, what would that necessitate us doing if we accepted it that we're not doing today?
I think the answer is the city doesn't have a lakes management program. We have a stormwater management program, and again, I'm not trying to split hairs here. This has been discussed by our prior commission about because there are other private lakes in town, Lake Elizabeth,
Sure.
et cetera. And some of them have algae problems, et cetera. So if the city took on a new program, the cost would be much, much higher than those private stormwater ponds we were just talking about. We functionally, from a stormwater management standpoint, there's nothing wrong with the Killearn chain of lakes.
Mm-hmm.
All right? The sediment that's unsightly at the end of the pipe does not impede flow or cause any flooding, et cetera, and it's not polluted. And that'll be a point of disagreement, I'm sure, but the facts can speak for themselves. So it's not a functional problem. It doesn't look nice, but when the lakes are full of water, as they used to be by pumping, you couldn't see it. So if Killearn would give up these lakes and the city would accept them and they'd become public property, there'd really be nothing with regard to appearances that, with our current level of service, that we do in those lakes.
So you wouldn't reinstitute the pumping? I mean, that wouldn't be a natural course of action?
No, and I think she would cover this later, but realistically, with spring concerns in Florida, it's unlikely that either the city or Killearn in today's age could get a permit to pump that water down the creek like that, the groundwater. So things wouldn't change much unless we took on a program that was a lakes management program where we're really trying to improve lakes to look nice as opposed to function.
Commissioner Zipper.
There was a comment made earlier by one of the homeowners, and it's something that I know that has been discussed often with Lake Jackson, but if we were to go in and build stormwater facilities that were situated between, let's say, the stormwater coming off our road system and the lakes, that makes it worse, doesn't it? The water, the level of water?
The level of water, yes.
I mean, it would maintain any nutrients, but
It would probably hold back less water, given the current rainfall pattern that we're in right now, where rainfall levels have declined. So, they might not make it all the way, the water might not make it all the way to those systems.
Right.
Down there. And I would say, Commissioner Gillum, that, what we would do hypothetically, we would, again, if they're on the impaired waters list and they're impaired and they have algae growing, we look for the problem and we go upstream to look for it. There wouldn't be something that we would immediately do in the lakes to suddenly make them look better. We would find those sources of nutrients, if that's what they were, or what's going on in the lake. And I'm going to come to that a little bit later on how we're addressing that issue right now, even without having to own the lakes.
Commissioners, if we could I think she's going to answer a lot of questions if we just
Okay.
get through this. And that would be a go on your part. It's 5:30.
Yes, ma'am, okay. Go. Just some great examples of the level of effort and level of services that we have provided, where this does improve and impact water quality upstream. In the past 17-plus years, we've had these 20 projects totaling $8.1 million. And with the yearly O&M over those years, another $1.8 million, to a total of $9.9 million spent just in the Killearn area. And, you see the Killearn flood mitigation project and O'Brien flood mitigation projects. Reducing flooding improves water quality. You control where your nutrients are going or not going when you mitigate for flooding. And the O&M costs would be drainage structure maintenance, street sweeping, cleaning out inlets, getting the sediment out of inlets, and all of that. So this brings us to the other bucket I was talking about earlier, the regulatory side of things. And so need to kind of warm you up with DEP and the TMDL process. So first of all, TMDL, total maximum daily load. This is this magic number. This is the number, the maximum amount of some substance, whatever it is, nitrogen, phosphorus, what level of that substance can be in a water body, will a water body receive and be able to assimilate and still meet water quality standards. Any level above that number then would be exceeding that TMDL. So how do you get to the TMDL? Well, there's a 5-phase process with DEP. They gather the data, either from our collection, from Dr. McGlynn's collection, and the state, and then they go through an assessment process. We're only in the second phase circled there. We're in the collection and assessment process. In 2012, they came out with a verified impaired list, DEP, and the Killearn Lakes, Killarney and Kenturk, did pop on there for impairments for nutrients, for nitrogen and phosphorus. This has not been finalized yet. It is not on the 303D list. It is still waiting for final approval, and that's based on some of the work that we're doing. Now, I do have to clarify, as John said earlier, nutrients, the pollutants, the highly toxic pollutant load that's coming into the system, that's the concern right now is nitrogen and phosphorus. Nutrients, someone asked me, well, I thought nutrients were good. That's like food. Well, it is food. It's food for plant life, but too much of this gives you your unwanted plant life. It gives you your algae and your plankton blooms and your pea green water when you have too many nutrients. And it's not a human health issue. Where are the sources of these nutrients? They're from decaying plants, your leaf matter, your fields of grasses that are on the lake bottom when it's dry and then inundated with water. From fertilizer, of course. Everybody knows that because they know the TAP program, which has nitrogen and phosphorus. And it's also, in our soils here, we have naturally occurring higher levels of phosphorus than other parts of of the state. So a little subpart of this TMDL process. Oh, well, wait, let me ask, can I back up? Oh, boy. Speed it up, okay. Okay, so we're in that level. Then a TMDL, the impaired waters usually go through door number 5, which is category 5, and it says, we will develop a TMDL. And then they run a model, they find that magic number of the TMDL, and then they implement it through the BMAP, which is a Basin Management Action Plan, where stakeholders get together and find out what kind of management strategies, what kind of projects they can do to clean up the water. So they're about ready to put it in.
Could I ask you something? So what you're saying here is that we are in a process to determine the pollutant load and what to do about it. Is that correct?
No, we're still before that. We're in the part where they found that it exceeded the levels for nutrients, for nitrogen and phosphorus. Okay. And it typically goes to category 5, door number 5, which then that pollutant load would be determined by DEP.
Okay.
Through a pretty extensive study of, like I said, of modeling and more data collection. So DEP has talked about that there's other categories, and being impaired doesn't always have to equal a TMDL anymore. They've recognized that stormwater programs are much more proactive than they used to be, and we're already well underway to doing things to improve water quality. So category 4 or 3 or 4, not 5, might be our option here. And so recall that I told you about this, the artificial lakes and the built, having to be built and required pumping for the health of the ecology. Well, if that's the problem, if the ecology is really a factor of natural conditions, then a TMDL isn't required. A TMDL is not required for a natural condition. So we've asked DEP for an extension to look at this before they put it in door number 5, category 5. And to do this, we've already initiated a very comprehensive, extensive supplemental sampling and assessment monitoring program. And we're coordinating with DEP on this effort. And the bottom line here is in bold. It's in everyone's best interest to identify the cause of this so that we don't work for years on the wrong solution without success. You won't have success if you're working on the wrong thing. So to give you an idea of the level of effort of this program, we've got level recorders in the lakes. We've got rain gauges. This is a picture of one of our automated stormwater monitoring stations. 5, we will continue our in-lake water quality monitoring. We're going to look at the soils up in the watershed as well as the sediments in the lake and map those sediments in the lake. There's been no assessment of the nutrients in the sediments yet to date. So to talk to you about early indications that John Buss alluded to earlier, some of these data are from 2004 and 2005, where we sampled for a year on the stream coming in and the stream going out. And you don't need to worry about the numbers on the side there that you can't see them. All you need to see is the little bar is the incoming stream, and the taller bar is the outflow stream over by Centerville Road. So somewhere in that system, the water is picking up nutrients. These are ambient samples, not stormwater samples. So from inflow, they're pretty low numbers for nitrogen and phosphorus, and they're increasing. Now, what could be doing that? Well, the fields of grass that go in there, or that grow while it's dry, and then it's inundated with water. We have a great graph I don't have time to show you, where about 2 months after this year, about 2 months after that totally dry lake filled up, we have a huge spike in nitrogen, phosphorus, and chlorophyll. And that's because all that vegetation is decaying in the water, and it's food for the algae right there in the bowl. And it also happens when the water levels decline and then concentrate those nutrients. So it can happen both ways. So in summary, since I'm hurrying, we are following a process. We're following the DEP process, and this can only improve the determination of the impairment and the assessment. This information that we have, if we fall into the door number 5 for the TMDL, DEP is going to have a lot of information from our study, and they'll be able to better determine what those levels are. There's no way, it won't delay the TMDL. I guess I didn't mention that once, if it gets finalized on that list and onto the 303D list, it's a 5 to 10 year priority. That's where the Killearn Lakes are. They're in a 5 to 10 year priority. Our project should only take about 18 months to get through it and look at the data. So if the TMDL is developed, those data are essential. And if you have questions, I did have there's a quick little thing on the naming of the old maps that we have, if you wanted to look at that.
Go ahead, quickly.
Okay. Where do I do it? Okay, this is a picture of the older map that you have in your packet that Killearn gave you, where Dr. McGlynn pointed out that, and it's underlined there, that Lake Killarney is labeled as Turkey Lake and Lake Kanturk is not named. So this is a picture of the original map that the state archives, we got from the state archives. And this is when they platted or not platted, but they determined the section numbers on there. So they were hard to read. You can see Turkey Lake in the left, so they were hard to read. We overlaid the map with the section numbers, which they do match up, and our section numbers, and then we threw in some roads. We've got Thomasville Road going up through the middle there, and Centerville Road in the right corner. Let's see if my mouse here. So clearly this lake that's Turkey Lake is on the other side. It's on the west side of Thomasville Road. And then we overlaid our current lakes layers that we use in GIS mapping. And again, everything's a little off now, but there's this large lake feature, which if we all know what Lake Hall looks like, it would be a permanent lake feature, and it was named. And then over here to the east of Thomasville Road, in the general area where the Killearn Lakes are now, was this wide area that was probably a wetland feature. And it was a wetland feature that may or may not have extended. I mean, the way Centerville Road is right here, the contours don't line up. So this map also shows it's not very accurate, but it is clear that that this was an unnamed wetland system, and it was not Turkey Lake.
I don't think there have been many lakes that were present in 1826 or whenever the map is that it would be exactly the same as they are today.
Let's ask Tom Coe.
Yes.
Is Chief Coe here?
All right, thank you. Is that all? Okay, thank you. Commissioners?
You want to go first?
No, go ahead.
So there have been a couple of comments made. I'm trying to figure it out. If there are no pumps installed, if there are no pumps running, will these lakes have water in them again? I mean, I know intermittently they will, but
Right. Without supplemental pumping, they are reverting back to their old wet-dry cycle that long series of photographs is showing. The lakes may be dry for 6 or 7 months, and then we'll get a big storm, and they'll fill up and look very nice for a few months and gradually come back down and have inches of water in them and then go completely dry. That's the cycle you can expect without supplemental pumping.
okay, but you made a comment that probably couldn't get pumping permitted.
That's correct. And so if to avoid that you have to pump, but you can't get a permit to pump, then The future is this cycling of wet or dry over and over again, and the nutrient recycling that results.
Okay, so, and I know one of their requests is they don't want to deal with the aesthetics, that's a different issue, but basically to set that aside, they are what they are. At this point, they're going to sometimes have water in them, sometimes they're not going to have water in them, sometimes they're going to be filled with grasses and other, vegetation, and sometimes they won't because they have water in them.
That's correct, and unless the management plan for those properties is changed, it's going to be the same. And I was going to get into that earlier when you asked, well, what might be done differently? These used to be a wetland system, and a real estate developer impounded them and put pumps to make them real estate amenities. But without that pumping, they're going to go back, and so we should manage them, except we don't own them. And that's really the point I was making. If they were ours, I think we'd propose to DEP that these be restored back to what their natural wet-dry cycle is, which is not a lake.
Commissioner
But
Maddox?
as I say, they are not ours.
Commissioner Maddox?
The information I'd like to get back is what would our system look like if we didn't convey any stormwater through the lakes? And what would that cost? And I'm not asking you to give me that tonight, or this afternoon, but what would that cost? What would that look like if, and the other question I would have is the nutrient level, the pollution, the nutrient level, how does that compare to other water bodies, both public and private?
We can do that.
Thank you.
Madam Pro Tem, so one of the things that you mentioned was pursuing the right solution. And a couple of moments ago, you made the comment that if you had it your way, you would petition the state to allow these to go back to
Yeah,
what?
I'd petition. I would probably suggest that we do a plan to try to restore them as a wetland system and let them go back to that. Sometimes they would flood deep like they do now, but most of the time they'd just be, parts of them would be awash and whatnot.
And what plan, I understand that Dr. McGlynn, I don't know if he's still here, has mentioned it, but there is another plan I believe that the Neighborhood Association has been working on. What do we know about that?
It involves constructing upstream detention facilities as well as a number of other things such as digging out sediments, et cetera. And it didn't really come to get into all that, but the problem with upstream detention is if you don't have enough water in your lake to start with, holding it back upstream is only going to aggravate the type of problems you're having due to low water. Secondly, as Dr. McGlynn had pointed out, there are karst features beneath these lakes, and so digging in them is very, very questionable in terms of opening up sinkholes. We've had it happen in a number of projects around town.
Yeah. I know there's not an action item I don't believe there's an action item associated with this. Madam Pro Tem, I'm wondering whether it would be appropriate to ask the staff to come back to us and render some judgment about the proposal that is before the Blueprint 2000 Review Committee. I understand that the Neighborhood Association has gone and advocated, and a part of the request has been either looped in or is still on the table with the Blueprint 2000. Even if we were to do something here, which, again, we have a huge equity issue to deal with when we think about we've got 1,150 of these systems throughout the community, there's no money. And so I'm curious to know if you all would be prepared to render some kind of a recommendation or judgment on that, because if it's going to move forward, it will either do so with our objection or with our support. And I don't get the sense that the neighborhood is giving up or going anywhere. And I don't understand, at least from the comments that I'm hearing tonight, that a lot of this has to do with trying to restore that system to, a system that was much more attractive, maybe had less, pollution in it, and to use your definition of it. And I think any of us would want that in our community, but I think we've absolutely got to make sure that we're being fair about the approach. There's very little I think we could initiate here that we would then tell the other 1,150 folks that we would be unwilling to do. So we've got to balance that in some way or another. I don't think it makes sense to continue to debate what happened or what was said in annexation, because you all gave one perspective, and I've heard others from different members of the association. I think you all made very clear what MS4 meant. As it was presented to me previously, it was suggested that that sort of committed us to a higher level of maintenance that I didn't hear you all mention today. And I also think, the pollution levels is something that we're in the process of figuring out. And clearly, it wouldn't make sense to act outside of the science. And so this is a good update, but I don't think that we're in a position to come to any conclusion tonight on a way forward. But I would be interested in hearing back from you all about how you would advise our interaction with the Blueprint 2000 committee and how we might move this whole process along a little bit better. And I'll just end by saying I want to thank the neighbors who have written, those of you all who have signed that big block of petitions, those of you all who showed up tonight to make your voices heard. But the truth is I think there's more work that still has to be done before we reach some final conclusion on it, at least from my perspective.
If I could make a suggestion, just for discussion at this point, is typically when issues come before this commission, they flow up through a target issue situation. Is it appropriate for that to happen now, or do we want just these ongoing reports to come back to the commission? I'm open for suggestions.
My opinion is probably we're beyond the target issue process with the facts. I think we probably need to deal with whatever we do going forward as a full commission.
And I would like to be a little bit more clear exactly what the Klarn residents want to see happen, because I'm getting conflicting impressions. Some say that we need to restore the lakes as lakes. I've heard a lot of discussion about the pollution levels, and it seems like that everybody's in a process to define the pollution levels and then figure out what the city's responsibility. And when you come back with your item on the sales tax and the proposal, it might be good if you could update us at that point on where the testing is. And I'm understanding, who is doing your testing? Are y'all testing yourselves, or?
No, we have a consultant that does this field sampling, and then the samples, some are tested in the city's lab and some are sent out.
Okay. So if you could give us an update at that point when you come back to talk to us about the sales tax. But I would think that it is probably going to be real important that we do understand the proposal that's before the sales tax committee. But I do need to get a little bit better impression from the homeowners, because in discussions with Mr. Ippolito and others, I know that there's a major focus on the pollution, and it's the city's responsibility to clean up the pollution. But if we build detention ponds, there'll be less water in the lakes. And talking to the lake owners, I know that they don't want to see less water in the lakes. They want to see more water in the lakes. So we need to be a little bit more clear about exactly what you want the outcome to be. And clearly, we've had the discussion about aesthetics and so on. So with that.
Madam Pro Tem?
Yes.
To follow up on your suggestion, I would ask that the staff really do sit down with maybe one or two representatives of the neighborhood association. This is specifically on the Blueprint 2000 piece of it. And my request to the representatives from the neighborhood association, at least the ones that I've met with up to this point, would be that we sort of put to the side the legal arguments of what annexation said and what, who does what. But if we're trying to move to some resolution, because as valiant as some of the voices I've heard are on their facts of what the situation is, the staff is as valiant and has as much data that may point to the other direction. And so I just don't think it's very helpful to keep going back and forth. I think that's part of the reason why we have been dealing with this for so long is, a set of arguments that nobody can be convinced of on either side. So my suggestion would be, to the extent, and I think you all are willing, would be to sort of get, as Commissioner Miller said, a better understanding of what the Blueprint 2000 request is so that we can make a determination of, is it helping or is it hurting, and then whether or not we can be supportive. Because the truth is if we were going to do something, there is no money, so that may be the only place to go for some resources. But the arguments back and forth about the fact pattern, I think, are unhelpful.
Also, I would like to say that I am a Killearn resident, and I live within sight of the lakes, and nobody stands to benefit more than I do for us to go ahead and do something to restore those lakes as lakes. Just wanted to get that on the record because I felt that it was important to say that. And with that, I think that we're going to have to break soon, but we need to move on to one additional item before we break, and that is 1303. With all due respect, if that's all right, the naming of the street name change in honor of TPD Sergeant Dale Green, because Mr. Green's 80-year-old mother is here for that item, and so I believe that Commissioner Maddox is going to lead that discussion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. If the folks that are leaving the room, we'll give them a second to do that. This is an important item.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you. While they're filing out, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, I asked the city manager to bring this item because it's extremely important. It was brought to me by former TPD officer Robert Hamby and current TPD officer John Beeman. And they brought to my attention that while we have a street named after Ernest Ponce de Leon, who's a police officer who was shot and killed in the line of duty here in Tallahassee, we do not have one for Sergeant Dale Green. This is immensely personal for me, having been there at the aftermath of this occurrence on November 13th when I was mayor. Dale Green, I don't know what to say without choking up. Dale Green was a police officer's police officer. He was a citizen's citizen. He believed very strongly in his city and his community. And in fact, his mother, Miss Betty, who's here today, told me recently that Ponce, who also has a street named after him, encouraged Dale to go to the police force. And it was because of what happened to Ponce that Dale answered the call and decided that he wanted to put his life on the line to ensure our freedom and to assure our tranquility and peace of mind as citizens in the city of Tallahassee. I think it's only fitting that his street will join Ponce's and will be by the police department. And with the commission's indulgence, I would like to ask Deborah Green, Dale's longtime bride, and his mother, Miss Betty, if they'd like to come forward. We'd love to hear from you.
I do want to thank all of you. Thank you for that. Thank you for recognizing our son, my son, and her husband. And we do treasure his memory. And it will be a blessing to us to have his name recorded somewhere where people see it. And to be honest, today, with so many bad things showing up in the news on the police department, saddens me greatly. And sometimes it does us good to look at the good things that come from the police and recognize them for that. And I thank you so much just for your honor.
Thank you, Miss Betty.
Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Scott, thank you for helping with this street be named after Dale, and I thank Robert Hamby, because I know he's been chasing after it, and this is just really important. Dale was someone who said, when I die, no one will ever remember me. And so, because of how he died, I want everyone to always remember him.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you all so much. And we'll coordinate, I'm sure, a naming ceremony, but this street is named after Dale, not just because how he died, but how he lived. Thank you all. I move the item.
Moved by Commissioner Maddox, second by Commissioner Gillum. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, we would like to now take a 10 to 15-minute break, and then we will be back for public hearings at about 6:15 to 6:20.
Fun stuff.
we're going to begin our public hearings for tonight. And Madam Manager, would you please introduce those?
6 public hearings on tonight's agenda, starting with item 15.01, and the city attorney will introduce them.
Item 1501 is the second and final public hearing on ordinance number 13-0-23. It's a proposed amendment to the Tallahassee Land Development Code, Chapter 10, Article 4, Section 10-165, dealing with the Plan Unit Development Zoning District requirements and procedures, and Article 7, Section 10-425, communication antennas and communication antenna support structures.
There are no speakers on this item.
Thank you.
Move acceptance.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you. Next, 1502.
The second public hearing is on item 15.02. It is the first and only public hearing on Resolution 13-R-37, proposed closure of southernmost segment of Raven Street at West Tennessee Street.
We do have speakers on this item.
Madam Pro Tem, I was actually going to request the delay of this, but I don't know if the protocol is to move forward with the public hearing, but I had some questions about, mainly around the security pieces. And when I spoke with staff earlier, I didn't get the answers to that completely, and it wasn't your fault. I think there were some issues that maybe she wasn't completely aware of. Namely, I saw when I did a police ride-along a couple of weeks ago, one of the videos they showed me around, as they were describing really difficult environments that they have to manage, was actually the property adjacent to this particular road. It was, if I could remember who had the video, I would ask that each of us have a look at it, but it was a pretty overwhelming sight to see. And I think one of the things that we want to make sure we're not doing by closing this road is exacerbating that problem. The event that I saw on the video was made possible, frankly, by this big sound truck pulling up, backing up, almost transforming, like a transformer into a stage, big sound system, and it was on Raven and basically packed. I mean, if there was an emergency that took place in there, I couldn't imagine how law enforcement officers or EMS could get through it to help anyone out. And that's what the situation was that they were trying to make me aware of. But there are some questions around permitting, whether or not we would still maintain permitting ability, how those events get regulated, that, I'm just curious about, and the answers are not yet made available.
I concur with continuance.
And there's no problem in bringing this item back and looking at all those issues so that you can determine whether or not you have a comfort level with that.
I had some questions about that too. One is how, after this is closed, when, Virginia Street's low there, so how are people going to get in and out of the folks that live there? How are they going to get in and out, and how are trucks going to get in and out to the parking lot to make deliveries and that sort of thing? I wanted to know that. Also, and I noticed in regards to another agenda item that we have, I was looking at our list of projects, and we've got Raven Street Plaza, wanted more detail about that, and if that is going to allow us to set up a situation where, as we did on Fifth Avenue, where, okay, here is where we are going to have this music venue, and here's where the stage will be, because apparently the stage has on occasion been up against the fence that's only from here to the front of this dais, from the windows of the folks in the apartments practically. And so if we could address those things when we do bring this back, that would be helpful.
We'll do
Yeah,
that.
and I think, if I remember reading the agenda item correctly, there was a statement made, there were no objections with people that lived within a certain distance, and I think there's some people right here that might have some objections. So I think there's probably an opportunity for us to do a little more investigating on all this.
Yeah.
Mayor and Commissioners, I'd suggest, since we advertised it as a public hearing, let's go ahead and take the testimony and then continue it for any action until November 26th.
Okay. Good. So let's begin some public hearing. We have some speakers.
The first speaker is Jennifer Pierce. She'll be followed by David Delgado. And if you will, come to this microphone over here. And speakers, if you'll give your name and address for the record, you'll have 3 minutes to make your remarks.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Pierce. My address is 4221 Woodcrest Drive, Tallahassee, Florida. As I said, my name is Jennifer Pierce. I'm the managing member of Student Housing Solutions, a locally owned and operated property management firm. We have developed over $500 million worth of projects in Tallahassee. I tell you that to provide you a brief background of our company, but also to let you know that we are not anti-business or anti-development. We support the recent growth and development that Tallahassee has experienced. In fact, we fully support a project that provides means for safe passage across Tennessee Street, not only for our residents, but the entire community. As the property management firm for University Lofts, I'm here tonight with 71 signatures on a petition and have 2 residents here prepared to speak. University Lofts, located at 681 West Virginia Street, is the only property owner that has units on both sides of Raven Street that will be directly impacted. Currently, Strip Entertainment Group is required to pull permits for special events and road closures. It is my understanding, however, that with permanent closure and the creation of a plaza, there will be no controls on the frequency of events. During previously permitted events, we experienced issues with noise level complaints, littering, and loitering. It is important to note, as you mentioned before, that the area we're talking about sits less than 5 feet from the residents of University Lofts and their windows, and there is no current noise ordinance restricting decibel levels. Another issue that concerns us is the feasibility of Raven Street being turned into a 2-way street. In our opinion, the street is barely functional as a 1-way street. We have concerns about how emergency vehicles will be able to properly access the road, as based on our review of the plans, it doesn't appear that Raven Street will be widened. I have photos with me that show examples of the impact of past events on our property. Also in the photos show a pickup truck on Raven Street and support our assertion that it's not wide enough to handle 2-way traffic. With these issues, University Lofts is exposed to loss of resident renewals and new leases, resulting in lower revenue, which will impact the profitability and value of our asset. I respectfully ask that the Commission not approve this agenda item and instead engage in further discussion with adjacent landowners so that these and other issues can be fully investigated and additional impact studies can be performed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am.
Jennifer.
The next speaker is David Delgado, followed by Darren Fall.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is David Delgado. I'm a double major student at Florida State, and I live at University Lofts. My primary concern with this project is the noise that is going to come from it, because as of right now, the Strip makes absolutely no effort or consideration for the well-being of the residents of my apartment complex. Ever since the opening of this new place, Encore, which is part of the Strip right now, the noise has been absolutely ridiculous, mostly with like low frequency sound waves that I even have earplugs, and since it's not really like words that you hear as much as it is vibrations, there's nothing you can really do about it. You can feel it. I can't sleep, which has affected my mental health, because on the weekends there's absolutely no sleep between the hours of roughly 11 p.m. and 2 a.m. And besides that, even last night, I was studying and trying to go to sleep early, and between 11 and 2, they have the back doors open, and they're just playing music, and it's already a nuisance to me. So the fact that they're going to build this music complex to play more music and have events outside, to me, is preposterous, because, I mean, they had, like you said, or like 2 people have said so far, the distance from my window to the area behind the Strip is probably from me to the Mayor Pro Tem. And that's where they have the speakers when they have these events. So, like, the sound coming in is, like, unbearable. Like, the apartment shakes, the cabinets shake, and I really have no other place to go. You know, it's my 5th year here. I'm pursuing a double major, and most of my friends have graduated, so I really don't know many people. And I'm stuck there, and I'm feeling helpless and anxious because there's nothing I can do. And besides that, I reviewed the Development Review Committee's report that approved this thus far, and the first item on the list is the approval application shall not create any safety or public health hazard. And like I said, citing my mental health, I think that's incorrect. I don't think that the application is going to enhance the public health, nor safety, nor welfare, because all of my neighbors are always complaining about the noise. And this private bus, or the bus stop that is going to be built, my question is whether it's going to be public or private, because as of now, the Strip drops off busloads of kids on Virginia Street and Raven, and those are just kids that are going to the Strip. If you have a party of 25 people, the Strip will pick you up at your house and take you to their venue. And I mean, to my belief, that is what they're going to use this bus stop for, because Star Metro and the Night Knoll operates a bus stop on the corner of Dewey and Tennessee Street, which is, just on the other side of the Strip, right in front of the McDonald's. So I just don't see how, this land development or anything is going to benefit the public in any way. The only thing I see is that it's going to hurt people. And I agree with the raves, being dangerous, and people walk around, and I drive a truck, people throw beer bottles in the back of my truck because they leave the event and they loiter. They walk around the block to the Campus Mart to buy more beer and just make a mess. You wake up the next morning after they have one of these parties and the property's littered with beer cans and...
Excuse me, your time's expired.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you, sir.
So should we add these comments into our noise ordinance
Do we have any other
comments?
Yes.
This final speaker on this item is Darren Fall.
Good evening. My name is Damian Fall. I live at 680 West Virginia Street, and my partner and I have been residents of University Loft for over a year. And the problems that we have with these events are, we used to live at the 681, which is right next to the plaza. And the first time, the dishes in our cabinets would literally rattle out of the cabinets. I have a decibel reader, and standing on my front porch, the decibel read over 100 decibels, which causes permanent damage. The other problems that we have are parking. Everyone there comes and parks in our parking lot and on the street, and it's impossible to leave, and if you do leave, you can't get a parking spot back. The other issue that we have is safety, along with the amount of homeless people that already live there, and amount of drunken people coming to and from the Strip. You don't feel safe. If you shut off Raven Street, you don't have the traffic coming from Tennessee onto Virginia, and whenever you want to make a walk, like you said, to the Mart at night, it's a shame that you can't walk across the street from your apartment complex, literally across the street, and feel safe to pick up whatever it is you need to pick up. That's pretty much all I have to say, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Commissioners, Gabe indicated that he needs to let you know something about FDOT's role in this process. Not that any decision is being made today. We will bring it back as you recommend it. Quickly, Gabe.
Yes. The Raven Street closure is tied to the bus stop for the Night Knoll, but it's also tied to the crosswalk of Tennessee Street that DOT is putting, the mid-block crosswalk. In fact, the pole for one of those signals for that crosswalk actually lies right in the middle of this, and part of their contract includes building a portion of this plaza. That contract is they are currently under contract and under construction for that contract, so an excessive delay could be problematic in terms of getting them to build it and complete their project as well.
Thank you.
If it's possible for you all to come back, that I don't think that any of the speakers actually spoke against the crosswalk or even the closure so much as that they have concerns related to the closure. So if you all could take those concerns back, and in a month when you come back, have some maybe answers or suggestions for us as to considering if we do close it, what we should do to address the problems that they're having there now. Right? Okay, thank you. All right, next, we are on 1503.
And we're continuing that item to November 26th. 1503 is first and only public hearing on proposed ordinance number 13-0-31, the adoption of the annual update to the Tallahassee-Leon County Comp Plan Capital Improvement Schedule.
Speakers?
Move acceptance.
There are no speakers on the item.
Move acceptance. Commissioner Gillum, second.
Second.
Commissioner Ziffer and Commissioner Maddox. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? No. Excuse me, all opposed. Thank you very much. Motion carries. 1505.
Next item for public hearing, the first and only public hearing on ordinance number 13-0-25. This is under 15.04. Proposed amendment to Chapter 10 of the Tallahassee Land Development Code, amending Section 10-165 C, 1C, advertising notice for PUDs, and Section 10-200, open paren J, 4, advertising notice for UPUDs.
Move the item.
Second.
Any speakers?
Moved by Commissioner Ziffer. Do we have any speakers? Moved by Commissioner Ziffer, second by Commissioner Gillum. I have a comment on this. I'm uncomfortable with it because, and this is something I expressed at the comprehensive plan hearing, we originally had 100% protection of these slopes, now it's 0. That modification was needed, I felt, but I'm concerned with the level of modification, and also I'm concerned with the variance process. So just to let you know, oh, am I talking to the wrong one? Excuse me, never mind.
We just did 1504.
Okay. Well, hold all those thoughts.
You get to say them again.
All right. We've moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries.
The next
1505.
item for public hearing is 1505, the first and only public hearing on ordinance number 13-0-21, proposed modification to the significant and severe slope provisions in the urban services area.
No speakers on this item.
Do I hear a motion?
Move the item.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Maddox, second by Commissioner Gillum. And I think you've heard my comments. If you can read those, if Mr. Lutz can put those comments with the appropriate, thank you very much. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? No. Now we're on 1506.
1506 is the first and only public hearing to adopt Resolution 13-R-43, approving revisions to the 1989 sales tax program of the Blueprint 2000 capital project list for the city's 10% share of the 1-cent sales tax.
There are no speakers on this item.
Discussion.
Move the item. Second.
Moved by Commissioner Maddox, seconded by Commissioner Gillum. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
Thank you. All right, now we are ready to go back to our regular meeting agenda. And 1301.
Rick Minor has requested that the item 11.01, which is update on legislative priorities, come back. He had a meeting that he had to get to. So we're back to 13.01, which is Gain Street Corridor Project Update and approval of memorandum of agreement with the District Joint Venture LLC for the construction sidewalk on Gay Street. And Commissioners, Gain Street has already begun to satisfy your vision of it being a catalyst for private redevelopment along the corridor. Along with the completion of the first 2 phases of the road construction, Gain Street has encouraged over $300 million in private and mixed-use development within the corridor, which is obviously a testament to the comprehensiveness of the effort that has been put into Gain Street. Everything that's been done to date, from upsizing the utilities to narrowing the roadway and beautifying the corridor, has been in support of and in anticipation of multimodal redevelopment. Gabe is here to let us know right now what improvements we can expect within the next 6 to 12 months and kind of highlight what's been done since the last time we gave you an update on this.
Good evening, Commissioners, Mayor Pro Tem. Gain Street, as the manager said, has proven that our vision was correct in terms of what we wanted for Gain Street.
Yeah.
We've done several improvements along the area. We brought in even public art into the area. It is in the heart of the multimodal district. We have finished phases 1 and 2, which takes it all the way through to almost at Stone Valley. And we've left a couple of pieces out on the south side where we have some current development, and those pieces have been coordinated so that they go in with with the developments. This is some of the, you've seen this, I'm sure, before, in terms of some of the properties that have been redeveloped in the area as a result of Gain Street. We do have with us today Mr. Sean McIntyre, who is the managing partner for North American Properties Florida. And the reason that we've asked him to come today is primarily because he has stepped forward, or North American Properties have stepped forward with building a sidewalk along Gay Street, which you see right here. This is the district project, and there is no sidewalk, or there hasn't been a sidewalk on Gay Street. We're looking at partnering with him to build a sidewalk along Gay Street, from Gain Street all the way up to Lafayette, and he can explain to you how he's working out with the deal or negotiation with the FSU to continue across FSU property north of Lafayette Street. So with that, I'll bring him up, and then I'll close with the next phase of Gain Street.
Thanks, Gabe. Good evening. I am Sean McIntyre. I'm the managing partner for North American Properties' Florida office. We're very excited, as always, to be here and working in this great city. I asked my attorney which address I should give because we do have a few pieces of property here, but he said that just to continue, everyone knows what we are doing here. While this slide is up, and before I go to the next one, this green is the block which we're building. This light blue is the deck, which is the largest one. Up here, we are doing the Woodward site where the FSU Credit Union Hillel is being put back with more student housing. What other people don't know is that we currently have the haunted house property under contract and a lot of this block in between our two projects. Just real quick, you can see that's. There we go. This is aerial taken on in September of just a few weeks ago. You can see, as everyone knows, that map, picture's worth 1,000 words. These are the projects we're building, the Axis, which is the Woodward project, block, and deck. And what we're doing here is we are taking this Gain Street corridor plan and bringing it to life. What happened many years ago with the foresight of allowing the density and the height and the off-site stormwater and utilities enabled this to do this. I've made this presentation to you before, so I'll be brief, but we're taking $12,000 a year in ad valorem and making it $1.6 million a year in ad valorem just in the projects we have under construction. Every day I get a report. On today, we had 289 people working for us on our various projects. Of those, 85% had a Tallahassee zip code. It has been discussed that we are bringing a lot of out-of-town people in. That is true. When you have 289, 15% is a lot. But a lot of those trades cannot be found in this city. When you have large, huge elevator banks, there's not enough business in elevator company to be in Tallahassee. So we're doing the best we can, working with the CRA. We also have a very good MBE program. We hired a bunch of interns from FAMU School of Construction, and they actually got to see it instead of read about it. So we are trying to be the best corporate citizen we can as when we make an investment in various cities, we always do. We are on schedule. We will be opening these projects in May of next year. You can see here, this is a couple days ago, and the reason I put Campus Radiator in there is I think it's important for everyone to know that our neighbors are important to us. As you all remember, we worked out an arrangement with Danny Shine at the T-shirt shop, and we actually are buying T-shirts from Danny, so that makes things even better. But our neighbor on the other side, Campus Radiator, John's been there for 29 years. He supported his family through fixing radiators for 29 years. We are under contract to purchase this from him in the spring. This combined with his Social Security will give him quite a nest egg, and we're going to convert the radiator shop into a pocket urban park. We're not going to build on it. This is just some of the steel going up. We have bridges in between. I put this picture in because of you can see College Town in the background. College Town, as we've discussed, was the catalyst for this area to grow. After we did the corridor study, when the boosters came into College Town, the CRA started with the lofts, then went to College Town, really became the catalyst here, moving the center of campus, we believe, there. So what's happening is Gain Street was sitting there with these great improvements. The issue was that the students were walking in the dirt and on the streets and everywhere else to get back and forth to campus. Our first project was on Woodward, which we are spearheading the effort to lower the power lines from Madison to Jefferson. So instead of just doing a block, we're doing 4 blocks. We worked in conjunction with the City Electric Department. The City Electric was very gracious, so a lot of the design fees, moving forward, they participated. But then as the developer, knowing the importance of connectivity and staying in town with more than one project, We put together a consortium. I went personally to FSU. They're contributing $300,000 to this effort. The boosters are contributing $100,000. The city did about $150,000 in kind, and I'm putting about $250,000, $250,000 in to have a 10-foot sidewalk from Gaines to Jefferson with the power lowered. So I think this is a shining example of a public-private partnership on Woodward. So now we have one side of the leg done. So then I went and looked at Gay Street. If you look at the picture on the left, that is what happened every day. There are over 2,000 students living south of campus before my projects come online. So the need exists, but I saw that need there, and we're trying to create a safe environment, safe pedestrian environment. So what we did is we went ahead at our expense and did the survey, did the design, and as you can see on the right-hand side, as soon as the sidewalks are poured, the students walk on them, getting them off the street and onto the sidewalk. So what we did is we went in, and the total cost of this is about $130,000, about $100,000 of hard cost, and $30,000 of design and soft. But that was really a phase one, because at the end of Gay Street, going on Lafayette, that's where you end up. Well, we really can't have that. So I went back to FSU, back to Dennis at FSU, and discussed with them that staircase would now be at the bottom of this, putting a new staircase there about 12 feet wide and paving that parking lot so you don't have that other condition. FSU and I are working on that. I'm going to contribute, and FSU is going to do the balance. So the total project of bringing pedestrian connectivity from Gaines Street up Gay to the south side of campus, bringing the existing 2,000, and I'm going to take it to about 3,000 to 3,500 students, is going to be approximately $400,000 to $450,000. So we're asking the city to partner in about $50,000, which is about 12% or half of the hard cost of the actual Gay Street sidewalk. I'll work with FSU here and make this attractive. So that is actually the request before you. I think we have this, the city staff has this aerial. It's a little difficult to see here, but we had to do a demographic study because one of the things that everyone has asked us is how are you going to sell this to your retailers? We've had a good retail response. If you look at that yellow square there, that yellow square is only about a half mile from one end to the other. There's 10,000 students sleeping in there, plus other area people that live there. And then when there's commuter traffic coming in, there's probably close to 30 to 40,000 people in that yellow square every day. And what we're trying to do is keep those people safe on sidewalks, and also showing the retailers, keeping them there within our projects of having a very pedestrian oriented where you can go downstairs and get a bagel at 6 a.m. or go downstairs and have a beverage at midnight. So that is what we're doing here. This aerial is available. What we've done is we took every single use, we audited every single property within that square so that our retailers could understand. And then we basically took all the city improvements that are going on. The Cascades Park is shown on there, FAMU Way is shown on there. And we're really explaining this because when somebody is sitting at a retail home office in Minnesota or Atlanta, they don't have the knowledge of what we have every day of driving down the road. So we're working very hard bringing these retailers to this area. Basically showing right here, this is the area that we're concentrating on. It's basically 3 blocks by about 6 blocks. You'll notice there's an A, a B, and a D. There's no C yet, but we are working in the middle. As most of you know and have asked me just about every time we talk, we are working very diligently on a grocer. That would be the C in the center there. But we have to show them that their market is there. Working specifically with 2 separate ones, and I believe we will be able to land them as we continue through the process. It's a little early, it's a little expensive, but I think that with our continued investment, we don't come to town and do one project, we come and build a community. So that's what's going on in Gaines Street. The request before you, I would respectfully ask that the city would contribute the $50,000 towards the hard cost of the phase 1 of Gay Street sidewalk. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for building our community in this area because it's really exciting to watch all this happen. We would like for you to partner with us on sidewalks all over town. Gabe?
I move approval.
Commissioners, okay.
Second.
Commissioner Maddox moved and Commissioner Ziffer seconded. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
With Commissioner Gillum out of chambers. All in favor, say no. Thank you.
Thank you. very much.
So go forth and build sidewalks.
All right.
All right, next, we're going to FAMU Way update.
And Commissioners, let me ask you before Gabe gets started, we've still got 4 other items. This is one that doesn't have a time frame.
Let's push it.
So would you like to move it to the next meeting?
Absolutely.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Sorry, Gabe.
Could I make a comment on that before you, since you're going to come back in a month? Sean McIntyre mentioned off-site treatment, and I just wanted to make sure that in your plans for FAMU Way, are you buying right-of-way for off-site treatment? Is Blueprint buying that? Because we've had a lot of discussions just recently about the fact that the Gaines Street development is probably going to spill over to an interest in development on FAMU Way, and that's going to need stormwater management. That our gateway projects on Lake Bradford, those are going to need stormwater management. And so if there was ever a place where I would think that you'd be thinking about a regional pond, that would be it. So I was wondering if you could incorporate into your comments back to us any potential sites that you could buy, or whether you're planning on buying sites that would fit that bill, that sort of thing.
In the section between phases 2 and 3 on FAMU Way, that we are looking at some off-site treatment there that'll accommodate the build-out.
Okay, all right, thank you. We're down to 1304, request for an extension of Evening Rose Inclusionary Housing Unit Letter of Credit. Madam Manager.
Commissioners, in 2006, the city entered into an agreement with K2 Urban Corps that provided development incentives in exchange for the developer's commitment to build 10 inclusionary housing units within the Phase 1 residential component of the Evening Rose project. They were to do that within a 3-year period. The City Commission has approved several extensions to the letter of credit, which serves as a guarantee that the developer will indeed fulfill the requirement or the commitment to construct the inclusionary housing. The extensions were approved based upon the economic conditions at the time, and that was a major factor, and also a change in the ownership that occurred after the first phase of the project. Evergreen Communities Incorporated has submitted a request to us again recently for a 12-month extension to the letter of credit, including a 12-month extension also to each of the conditions included in the letter of credit. We have basically said to them that if the commission approves this item tonight, that in the period of time specified, we will move forward to take action if appropriate development has not occurred. Let me ask Karen to come forward to answer any questions you might have on this item.
This has certainly been the most controversial inclusionary housing we've ever built in Tallahassee, I'd say. And Commissioner Maddox.
Just as the city attorney, do you recommend that we extend one more time before taking action?
Yes.
Move the item.
Moved by Commissioner Maddox, second by Commissioner Ziffer. All in favor of the item, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
Great job, Karen.
Thank you. And they have permits already for the inclusionary housing.
Oh,
just
good,
out.
excellent. All right, we're on 1306, utilization of Department of Energy Smart Grid Investment Grant Funds for replacement electric outage management system.
Move the item.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Gillum, or Commissioner Ziffer, seconded by Commissioner Gillum. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
I just want to add that I was told by staff that a large portion of this was proprietary, and that's why we went through the process we went
Okay.
through.
All right, thank you. All right, finally, 1307, extension of milestone deadlines in the second option agreement for purchase option of the former Floridan parcel at southwest corner of Monroe and Tennessee Streets. And Mayor, or Madam Manager.
Let me introduce this, and then I'm sure the city attorney has some comments to make. On April 24th, 2013, the City Commission approved a second extension to the option agreement with McKibben Hotel Group to purchase the city parcel that is adjacent to the Aloft Hotel. The approved extension included mandatory performance milestones, and the developer is seeking an amendment to the existing UPUD on the site to change the use to allow for a 120-room hotel. The requested amendment has been challenged. As you know, we dealt with that about probably 2 weeks ago, maybe a month ago, which will delay the amendment process. The developer has requested that an option agreement be amended to allow for unanticipated delays in the UPUD, in the actual approval process of the UPUD. We are recommending an extension, and let me see if the city attorney has anything to add to that. He's been working on that all week.
Mayor, Commissioners, Mayor Pro Tem, this item comes to us in the context of a request for an administrative hearing taking place by a competitor or a neighbor, which was totally unanticipated when we worked out the timeline for the benchmarks that the folks were going to have to meet to exercise their option. I think in talking about this, there was a great concern that if we simply told the time and gave a unlimited amount of time, which we don't really control in terms of the administrative law process, that hearing, and then if there was an appeal in the circuit court, which there could be, and again, we wouldn't control, that there would be possibly up to 2 or even 3 years that the property would be tied up. We have talked with the developer that is seeking the tolling agreement, and I think we have an agreement so that we would agree to only toll it for 1 year. And that would be the maximum amount, irrespective of what's going on in the administrative legal arena. Now, if that were to get decided earlier, then it would obviously proceed earlier. And they would be obligated then to move forward, and the tolling would end if that happens to be the case. But in any event, we've got a absolute deadline that worst case scenario, the property would be off the market, and the developer would not be moving forward. And we think that's agreeable with the department that's involved in this, and Michael Parker can speak to that specifically. And it gives the developer, which I think we have to say through no fault of its own, it now facing an administrative hearing that was unanticipated at the time we set up the benchmarks.
Mr. Gillum.
Sure. I, excuse me, remember this item from when it first came to us, and I don't know what year it was now, but don't start. It's not a senior moment. It's just I didn't commit it to memory. Okay, all right. But what I do remember about it is that I was very attracted to the hotel component of it, along with the Floridan hotel. The Floridan property, which was supposed to be mixed use with office. And it was supposed to work out financially to the point that it would allow us to hold up our end of the bargain with regard to the parking, which means we collect enough TIF off of it, tax increment, that it would make the deal doable. We're now in our, second extension, or is this our third extension?
These
This would be the third, wouldn't it?
There's been 2 extensions. This would be essentially.
So we're in the third, and we are now in the 6th month of the third extension of a 9-month extension. Is that right? Or is it 12?
April was when we did the extension.
So roughly, we've exhausted the year.
Actually, what you approved was a 2-year extension in April of this year, but there are milestones that they had to meet, certain performance guideposts. They met the first one, which was filing for the UPUD amendment. The next two milestones are in January of 2014, which would be an agreement with the CRA on the parking structure as well as submittal of final building permits.
So if what you all are asking is that we consider delaying the clock until such time as the legal matters associated with this are concluded.
Or the earlier of, the date which the challenge has been resolved, one way or the other, or September 19th, 2014. So what the city attorney was referencing is what, in addition to what you have in front of you, was an additional time frame which would put a cap on how long this extension could be granted in the event, because we don't have any control of how long this could potentially be tied up in the legal process.
I do have sympathy for the fact that the legal piece is out of the control of these folks, but I don't accept that we take that risk with them. I mean, I think there are risks inherent in this whole thing, and I'm willing to ride it to a point, but I don't think that's a perpetual, situation. It certainly isn't an indefinite situation. I don't know where my colleagues are, but I certainly am somewhere in the range of 6 months with regards to an extension. And really, if it isn't sorted out by then, I think it ought to come back in our hands after now, 3 years? How many years total have we been waiting? I remember the bottom fell out. There were the economic issues.
It was Tom Coe's 100th birthday. I
Oh,
remember
Lord.
that.
Tom, you're on the block.
I think was it 2008 that we started the process?
Original, 2008, and then at that time, they had an option agreement, which went to 2011, and then there was an extension granted in 2011 to 2013, and then the second extension, which what you granted in earlier this year, which would to 2015 with the milestones.
So 5 years, pretty much. And in that 5-year period, we've had pretty rocketing growth in a lot of other areas, to include downtown, but also to include gains in Midtown and elsewhere. So again, I think while I have sympathy for the situation, I absolutely think that we have to put a closing window out there. And for me, my threshold is 6 months.
When we first started talking about this earlier this week, part of the discussion was that we thought 6 months would be an appropriate time, and even today, having that discussion with staff and with legal about how long this could potentially take, we originally thought 6 months sounded pretty reasonable. What Lou has found out since that time is that it probably is not a reasonable expectation. However, I think it's still appropriate. I think your caveat there was that in 6 months, it come back to you for consideration, and you could either approve it or not at that point in time. That would urge the...
Frankly, where my gut is to end it now. But I understand that we have, out of fairness, we've entered into a situation wherein we have allowed up until January for the next benchmark. There's a lawsuit. It puts a hold, certainly at least conversations that folks can have with us about this. But, it's the legal system. There are maneuvers. There are ways to make your way through it, and I think 6 months is reasonable.
Commissioner Ziffer.
Commissioner Gillen made a comment which I'm in agreement with, the concern over the TIF level of reimbursement for the parking debt. We're going to be in the same place whether they get this done in 6 months or a year. You and I and others probably will still have a concern about that. So I don't know how, I'm going to add another caveat to it, and that is I would like if this does get extended for 6 months, and I have no appetite for a year. I just don't. I'd be willing to go 6 months, but I think there has to be some kind of renegotiation now with how we deal with this parking deck issue, because otherwise we're carrying them along, and we're probably at the end of 6 months going to say no because we haven't resolved that. So I don't know how we can do that, but I would like to see us, and probably put some kind of deadline on that negotiation. Let's resolve this parking issue also, so that at the end of 6 months, if the court issue has been resolved, we've also taken care of this other. Otherwise, it's just going to keep going on and on. Or they're just going to end it then, and we might as well go ahead and cut it loose now.
Well, I mean, my only, really the only sympathy I have here is I don't think we want to send the signal that the way you muddle up the calendar is to take things to court and slow things down. That's the only real sensitivity, frankly, that I think has to exist in this situation. But even with that being the fact pattern, we still have to have an end date to this before we can, an end date set, which will allow us to go back out and see what the appetite is for folks on this particular parcel, on this piece of property. Because I do think, again, there's a lot that's happening. We just heard about what's happening in Gaines Street. There's a lot that's coming online, and that's in the hopper and the downtown area. Soon the Walgreens will be online, and I'm hearing, interest and ideas out there on other pieces. So I don't think it would be fair, certainly not for the taxpayers, and I think this commission and its 5 years of extension are being unreasonable about saying that 6 months is probably the farthest extent we're willing to go.
Well, I agree with what you're saying, except for the fact that that this particular owner did not create this situation that they're in now. I think the good compromise is 6 months. Now, let's get the calendar straight so we understand. Now, we've extended to 15, and so what we're really doing right now is to giving them 6 more months to meet the milestones that they were required to meet in February. Is that
January.
what we're?
That's correct.
January.
The concept of the tolling would be basically to freeze those current, all those current deliverables for whatever time period you would agree to allow this legal process to work through, or whatever date you set. And then, assuming that they were able to resolve that within that 6 months, then the original term, then now all those dates would be moved back 6 months.
So it's 6 months from
So
January
that's the
we're adding.
motion.
Well, actually, I was going to ask you, when you say 6 months, if you're talking about 6 months from today, which would be October 23rd, if you're saying we would be giving, that would be basically take you to, that would give them to April of 23rd of 2014, which would be that tolling period. And from that point, that would move those January dates that are currently in the books 6 months later into the process, if you understand.
So is there a reason why in this period between now and April, things can't be dealt with so that it's ready for presentation, that benchmark is then met at that point?
And I haven't discussed this with the developer, but I would suggest that we could look at one of the elements that Commissioner Ziffer mentioned, which is the issue of resolving whether there's funding for the parking structure. The developers' rationale for wanting this is they do not want to invest in the cost of doing the building plans and going through the permitting process at this point in time, if in fact there's no end date at which they can get to the urban PUD approval. So perhaps one alternative to satisfy you would go ahead and suggest that by that 6 month period, they would need to have resolved the issues with the CRA, and assuming that they have, they would still get the extension to get the building permit, so they wouldn't have to, that would resolve their issue about having to engage engineers and architects right now to build and develop plans for a project which they, at this point in time, they are not sure they can actually build, because they won't be able to do that until the PUD amendment is completed.
At what point does the CRA or the city, I assume we'll be acting in our capacity as city commissioners, get to say up or down whether we agree with whatever project is being proposed, if it's a deviation from what was?
Well, there's the different processes, and the amendment to the existing PUD will come before you after, or at some point, and you help me on this, Lou, I mean, that assuming that the administrative judge upholds the determination of the Planning Commission, then the next step in the process is that amendment would come to you as a body to review and approve or disapprove. Is that correct?
The recommended order coming out of the administrative law judge will first go to the Planning Commission for approval, and then subsequently will come to you as a recommendation from the Planning Commission.
So I guess what I'm not clear is who we're buying time for. When the order comes down, it goes to the Planning Commission.
Right.
And presumably, if that happens, say in April, I imagine it would go at the next opportunity in April and then come before us at the next opportunity, say in April, to the commission for a decision. And at that time, we will have a project by which we're able to consider?
No, we will, at that point, you will have a,
Amended PU, you will either approve or disapprove the amendment
Right.
to the urban PUD. And at that point in time, then they actually, if you, assuming that you approved it, they know that they can actually go to the design phase for the project, which
So then my intention is correct, which is if that's not settled in 6 months, we move on, assuming that it is in those 6 months, we get the opportunity to vote up or down on whether we agree with the amendment to the PUD.
So-
Wait a minute.
So what you're saying basically is that you want us to have some conversations with the developer to confirm that it is their intent to do something that generates the same amount of TIF that we had talked about previously, so that the parking
That's
structure.
important.
Okay, all right.
All right, now,
What are our dates now? Let's-
do we have a representative here
That's
who
the
could
developer.
enlighten us on some of this and their plan?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and Commissioners. I'm Wes Townsend with McKibben Hotel Group, and we're working on our 18th year here in Tallahassee, and we really appreciate the opportunity to be before you. We've built 4 hotels. This would be our 5th hotel in Tallahassee. Where we are in the process is that we have met every milestone that was established when the extension was agreed to in April. Due to no fault of our own and no fault of yours, a third party here in the community has stepped in and filed a petition challenging your Planning Commission's recommendation to approve the amendment to the PUD. We feel that it's appropriate entirely to not set dangerous precedents for you in terms of, hey, I can file an administrative procedure and actually end the project, not delay it, but by, in effect, ending it, spending very little money to do it, by the way. Our covenant, our contract at this point, essentially is that you were given, or we were given 9 months to work through the process and meet the milestones, which we have. We are not in a position to spend time and money, although we've spent quite a bit so far to get to this point, filing the PUD application, doing the renderings you've seen, doing engineering on the parking deck. It goes on and on and on. Lots of money. We're not in a position to spend additional funds until the zoning issue is resolved. The parking deck design and financing and so forth is a big project, and I'm sure you appreciate that. Regardless of what is built on this corner parcel going forward, assuming it's an intensive use, which is something you would probably want, a lot of work by all parties concerned will have to happen at the appropriate time. I don't think it's reasonable for us to go forward working on details related to the parking deck configuration, design, financing, on and on and on, and your staff's time and effort to do that, and consultants, whatever it may take, without the zoning issue being resolved. In terms of the issue of 6 months versus a year, I think what you hear is that a year is appropriate. 6 months is a very short amount of time. The message you're sending when you don't provide a reasonable amount of time is that to the petitioner who's filed the petition is, hey, you got 6 months. They're calculating or can calculate, okay, how much is that going to cost me to kill this deal in 6 months? If you're talking about a year, we think it's an appropriate amount of time to work through the hearing process, appeals to that process, and we think it's fair. By the way, if you go a different direction during that same period of time, you're not going to be able to sell the property, develop the property anyway. So in terms of time, this is the quickest alternative to get to some conclusion. I'd be glad to answer any questions you have.
Commissioner?
Yeah, I mean, my calendar starts back when you all were meeting with us 5-6 years ago, and the beautiful charrettes that you shared at that time had a hotel property, which was not named at that time. It later became a loft hotel. And you had the Floridan office building with a rendering of its original facade at the front with a grand entry. It was beautiful. And we committed ourselves to it along with you, and then came up with incentives to try to make that work. Out of sensitivity for what was happening in the market, we find ourselves 5 years after that, after these various extensions, and that project is still undeveloped. And so for me, what I would love to be able to react to is a proposed project that we can say this meets our goals and objectives, and it will supply us with the return on TIF that is required in order for us to hold up our end of the bargain with the parking garage, or we don't like it and we'll sever at that point. And so for me, it seems you probably already have an idea of what that is. We could, if we weren't prohibited, go into the details of that now, but we've got to wait for this to run its course. And when it does, I think what we're saying is we would then be able to react to that so that, frankly, you don't spend any more time or money chasing a project that we won't support.
Again, I would reiterate, that's exactly where we are. In April, we had this discussion. We entered into an extension. We agreed to performance milestones to get you what you wanted to know on a timely basis. And again, through no fault of our own and not yours, a challenge has been made to your Planning Commission's decision. The DRC had approved the plan, the Planning Commission had approved the amendment, and it was on its way to you.
I appreciate
It would probably be there by now. You would have been voting on, up or down, what it is we specifically were going to do. And then by January, we would have had to have had a development agreement in place for the parking deck. Simply, what has happened is through no fault of our own, someone has interrupted the process on purpose, and we think it's eminently fair, based on our relationship going back many years on this project, and having performed at every turn on this project, that we be given the time that we need to get back on track.
Commissioner Ziffer.
Well, I would argue that there was a pretty drastic change from a commercial office structure with the grand facade that resembled the old Floridian Hotel to, and I haven't even seen any drawings, and I know there's some wonderful Hampton Inns that are across this country because I've seen them, but that's a pretty dramatic change in what was originally intended. So I think this commission has responded fairly well to this point, but I don't have anything against the Hampton Inn. Like I said, I've seen some great ones, but I have some real concerns about the CRA losing money on this parking deck. And what my point is if that's not changed, I'm going to vote against this later. So why carry you through all this unless we can start to establish that we're going to fix that by a certain point?
Well,
that's my position.
From the beginning, this essentially is a concurrent process. We understand completely the role of the two bodies involved, this body and the Planning Commission and the CRA, and the decisions that each body has to make. But things have to go in some sequence. And first things first is getting a decision from this body on our plan for the property and going through the zoning process. Just as important is getting the CRA approval to do the parking deck, and we understand that. But you really can't get the cart before the horse or the chicken before the egg. We've got to get that done and resolved before we and you can spend the time and effort and the money necessary to get the parking deck designed and built. I agree with everything you guys have said. That's what needs to happen. That is in fact what has happened. And again, the only reason we're here today is because a third party has introduced themselves into the process.
But we're here today not only because of that, but we also 5 years out the calendar from when we
we discussed that in April, and you guys agreed for the extension. We talked about that extensively at that time, and it's entirely within your purview to approve or not approve at the end of the day what will be done on this property. And we have and will be proceeding at risk to get to that point. But I think to allow someone who's not involved directly in the process to derail the process, and you guys I'm not going to say allow that to happen, but allow for it to happen by not giving us enough time, tolling time, to resolve it, I think is not fair.
Commissioners, I think we have three issues. The first one is that they've been given an extension. They had to meet milestones in January, and then a third party intervened, and now they are unable to meet those because they can't go forward with work until after this particular issue is settled. Secondarily, they have to come before us with the UPUD, and we have to approve it. Third, they have to come to the CRA board and present something that is in the best interest of the CRA. The CRA certainly is not going to be able to do anything that is going to cause it to lose money. And so just so you are, as long as they are understanding that there is no guarantee about the UPUD, there is no guarantee about the CRA money, especially unless you can come up with a formula that works for the CRA. I don't have a problem with this stage, but I see those as three different scenarios that in this particular case, we have someone who's come here who wants to do business who is delayed through no fault of their own. And I guess that, and I'm not going, but I wasn't here previously 5 years ago and so on and so forth. But if that's the way we're going to do business, where people are in a process and somebody else comes in and files a motion that delays somebody out of the ballpark, I'm just personally not comfortable with that.
I agree with your point around what is a fault and what is no fault, and not setting a precedence for people being able to interrupt the process in this way. But that also does not discount everything that has happened up to that point. And so for me, my consideration is in regards to the entire panoply of what's taken place since this was initially came before this body, and it was under a different composition, to where we are now. So, I mean, I'm prepared to vote on whatever motion comes forward, but I think I've made myself plain about what I'm supporting.
Commissioner Zipper. Yes, sir.
Sure.
You are.
I'm with Carlton Fields Law Firm. We're representing MHG in the administrative hearing, and I just wanted to let you know how we came up with the period of time that was requested. We didn't pull it out of the air. From your questions, I think there may be a little confusion about what the tolling agreement does and how we came up with these timeframes. We're in an administrative process that's governed by your city ordinance. It's a pretty quick clock, but even with a quick clock, we've got timeframes we've got to meet that are built into the system that we cannot accelerate. And with 6 months, that essentially means we're going to be coming back here in March or April. If this thing goes like a Swiss clock, and they rarely do, the very earliest that we're going to be concluded with this legal process, just the administrative process, assuming there are no appeals, is going to be at the very earliest March, and we're probably looking more towards April. That's when the Planning Commission recommendation would come back to you. And we're looking at that, and we heard the suggestion to have a 6 months extension of time. We compare that to the administrative process. It's just not doable. And if that's the Commission's decision tonight, the effect of it is that someone who opposes this process will be able to kill it simply by filing a 2-page petition.
Sure.
That's what happened. So it wasn't an arbitrary number we came up with. 6 months will simply not get us there. It's going to be very tight with a year. And the way we've tried to structure this agreement is to say, if we've concluded the legal process before then, fine. The tolling agreement concludes, the clock starts back up, whatever's left on the clock begins to run. If it doesn't, the city has the option at its discretion just to say, enough's enough, it's time to do it. But a year is really the minimum that we can finish this administrative process that the city ordinance requires.
Commissioner Ziffer.
There have been many moments during the last 5 years, of which I've witnessed 4 of those years. There have been many times where we've heard no fault of our own, the economy and this and that, and you name it. I'll make a motion for 6 months, and that's as far as I go.
I understand. I just didn't want you to think that we were asking for more than we thought we really needed.
And I want clarification from staff, what that are we 6 months from today? Are we
Michael?
6 months from January?
Right.
Because my opinion is 6 months from today. You mentioned May, March is a real quick clock, April is a maybe. I'm willing to go to April 23rd. That would be 6 months from
And
now.
let's understand what it is we're trying to accomplish in 6 months, what the expectation is.
Well, yeah, if you,
Well, I'll just say, I mean, for me, it is, as I described, would love to be able to react to a cost-feasible plan. And again, I don't know that that requires all of the engineering and all that stuff. It may, I don't know, I don't build buildings, but we do respond to ideas and ideas that meet what our goals are. And right now, at least what I've heard up to this point around the idea that's proposed, I'm not supportive of. But if there is something that we can be presented, that we can react to by April, folks have run the numbers and it seems feasible, I don't know why that can't come back. And Lou, maybe there's a legal preclusion to that, but I'm not asking for the PUD necessarily.
Right.
I'm asking for a decision point.
I agree.
All right, so does this mean that we're postponing the January deadline 6 months out, or to April?
if you follow the format that was presented, which is on this concept of tolling, then essentially what you would be saying is, starting from tonight, or then you would have, the process would be pushed back 6 months, essentially.
That was
So the milestones that are due in January of 2014 would be moved to June
6 months out.
2014.
It moves all of the milestones
Everything.
6 months
So
out.
all the dates involved move 6 months out.
So the reason why, to me, it doesn't seem acceptable is, what if we continue to push that back and we get a product again after they've gone through that, that we don't agree with? And now we've wasted their time, their money and their time, this commission's time, and we've also continued to tie up the property. So
Is there a way that we can ask the developer if they would be willing to start working on a concept that can come back to the commission even while we're in the legal process?
I'm searching for the right words.
direct.
No.
No, there's not?
No, that is not reasonable at all. We have to understand that we have a project in terms of zoning before we spend, to do any of this that we're talking about involves considerable effort and money in terms of completing the PUD process, preparing to make our case to you for what we want to do with the property, preparing our case to be made to the CRA for the construction of the parking deck. It's quite unreasonable to expect that we would spend that money and do that while at the same time we're trying to get through the administrative hearing process to find out whether we can do this at all.
Madam Chair, I would recommend that we delay this item to the next meeting until some sort of conclusion can be reached. Other than that, I mean, I see no way forward that works for us and also works for them. And I've got a lot of questions about what the range of possibilities are, but sort of the absolutism of no, we can't do this, I'm impacted by. But by the same token, I don't think it is reasonable for us to continue to tie this up and to kick the calendar out and to kick it out, to then get back a product we don't like. And what we will have done is hung the calendar up.
And our next meeting will be November 26th.
Because I stand by what my motion was, and that is, and I probably should have said it, inclusive of what Commissioner Gillum was suggesting, which is have some kind of an idea within a specified period of time of a project we know we're going to improve. Because right now, unless this TIF issue is resolved, when it comes to the CRA, I'm voting no. And I'm not going to be able to support it anywhere else, because I am not going to put the CRA in a position where we tie up virtually all of our dollars and we lose money. So I'm willing to go to November 23rd, but right now, based upon what you're telling me, which is you need a year or nothing, I mean, I'd
get nothing.
I'd vote against it at this point.
Again, let me be clear. What I'm telling you about process is exactly what we've already agreed to back in April. We agreed to this process in April. The only thing that's changed is a third party has introduced themselves into the process. We were going to meet those milestones. We were working toward that. We will do all the things you've talked about in terms of feasibility, presentation back to the city commission on use and so forth and so on. But I cannot continue that process without knowing whether this administrative process has been resolved.
I completely understand, and if you're in a position where you can't move, then I'm in a position where I can't move, which means this thing ends in January, as of now. So I don't know what to say other than maybe give everybody 30 days to cool their emotions and try to get this resolved. But at this point, if you're not willing to move, neither am I. And which means in January, we have to have this or we're done.
Well, I'm not clear exactly what flexibility he has to move because they are tied up in a court case that precludes any other motion on any front.
Well, I think, at least what I'm hearing is that for them, it doesn't make probably good business sense to continue to invest in feasibility for this property with a big question about whether or not they will win in this legal case. And again, as I said before, I think there is risk involved here. But I think we ought to bear proportionate shares of it. And so, again, I think Commissioner Ziffer is right in his characterization, which is if some give can't be given and we can't come to a solution, and absent any action by this commission, it expires in January.
Well, so are you asking them to go ahead with their planning and with their concept
I thought my request was simple, which was to provide a concept that we could respond to.
So you are asking
And I'm
that.
not talking about PUD approval, and obviously that it fiscally and financially meets our needs with regard to the parking garage. To me, it seems like those are financials that I certainly would know before I got to this point on a project. It just seems like those are kind of bare minimums for whether or not I would make this kind of an investment. But if they're not, and it takes a year to get there, then I think we're at an impasse.
And again, I think what Mr. Townsend is saying is I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, that you would expect that to mean that you would come back with detailed plans. And I don't think that's what Commissioner Gillum is saying. I think what he is saying basically is that he wants to have an understanding that we will have a project that comes very close to the TIF that we've always planned on.
I don't want to belabor the point, but just to be more specific, we arranged for one meeting and then a second meeting with CRA staff about how we would proceed with the parking deck, for example. Those meetings have occurred. The staff shared with us a preliminary pro forma, if you will, for the parking deck. In that meeting, there were a lot of innovative and serious discussion about how we might do this. For example, we build the parking deck. The city owns part of the spaces or some of the spaces, which has been done in the past. Whether or not there are beefed up foundations for future development on top of the parking deck, exactly what rates are charged in the parking deck, how many other users we can get for the parking deck. And as I might say, it goes on and on. But that's what we were actually doing. And that involves legal work. It involves engineering to some extent. And by the way, we've already engaged an engineer on our own dime to do considerable work, which I think you've seen, on the parking deck. So that work has been advanced quite far down the road. The impression that I think people have is that we weren't proceeding extraordinarily diligently toward getting all of this done. And it was moving along quite well and on schedule. And in terms of our relationship with the city, I think it has been outstanding. And we have performed at every turn. Built a great hotel on the Floridan project. We've been paying rent, by the way, to the CRA. It's not like when you say incentives, there actually weren't any incentives to speak of on this project. We paid for the property we bought, market value. We're going to pay for the property we're talking about. We're paying rent for the parking spaces on both properties, the upper and the lower. And so that's really the relationship we've had in the past and hopefully going forward in the future.
So are we have a motion on the floor. I'm not sure whether I heard a second or not. No motion, no second.
Okay.
What about the discussion of postponement? Do we have any more comments on that?
motion, so it'll be back.
Yeah, I mean, I would not be opposed to staff coming back, working with the developer to see if there's an opportunity where at the next meeting or December, but at this point, sorry, my mouth.
Is that a motion?
I'm asking staff to.
Oh, okay, you said, would we be opposed to bringing it back in a month?
Just to staff working with the developer and see if we can get off this stuck spot we're in.
I'm fine with that.
Bring it back.
As long
Like
as
to make a motion?
the UPUD issue is before the administrative hearings.
Yes.
So the developer nor the city can really be talking about that.
About the PUD or the project?
The garage project is not part of the UPUD. You can talk about that all you want to.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
That's a sticking point right now.
Right.
A big one.
Do I hear a motion that we revisit this topic on November 26th?
I'm preferring not to put it in motion. I'm just asking staff if they could get with the developer, and if there's something that comes out of it, then we can have an agenda item and move forward.
All right.
But I'm prepared, I don't want to vote on anything tonight. It is where it is. It's January, the benchmark stays
We
where
will
it is.
see you again on
Right.
November 26th, and also staff. We will be working with staff to try to work through some of the questions that the commissioners have, and hopefully you can translate some of this into a workable solution.
The other thing, this is an important vote, and I'd like the mayor back here for this also.
Well, I guess Commissioner Maddox is out of it, but yes, I agree with you that we should probably have a full commission, at least close to it.
Also, are there any prohibitions on commissioners receiving an update from these folks on the state of affairs? Because I think part of it is our ability to communicate, ask questions, understand, is limited by the fact that it has to happen here.
Well, it is limited, Commissioner, in terms of the UPUD, which is the rezoning, and that's before a judge.
Okay.
So it would be inappropriate to be discussing that. Now, again, in terms of any issues relative to the parking garage and any other, whatever that might include, if it includes just parking, if it includes other stuff, whatever, staff can talk with the developer about that all they want to.
Okay. Look
All right.
forward to it.
So we'll revisit this on November 26th. Thank you.
Thank you.
We don't need a break. We don't need public
We are
hearings.
on
We are on
unagendaed
unagendaed speakers.
We have one unagendaed speaker, Erwin Jackson.
Dr. Erwin Jackson, 1341 Jackson Bluff. My compliments to the City Commission for a great discussion. Haven't seen that in a long time. The problem previously is very simple. The McKibben Group derailed this process when they decided they were not going to build the hotel. They were going to build a hotel instead of the office building. And I think Commissioner Gillum's exactly right. If they want to build the hotel, the public doesn't want it. If they want to build what they promised, then go right ahead, and I'm certain the legal issues would all go away. Tonight is good news. I want to, usually I come up here and I'm thrilled to have a chance to talk positive and not point out some negative issues. The good news is that the FBI has been very busy identifying elected officials who are specializing in serving themselves at the expense of the public. The mayor of Detroit was recently found guilty of, quote, running a money-making racket out of City Hall, end quote. Good news that he was sentenced to 28 years in prison for extortion, racketeering, bribery, wire, mail, and tax fraud. It's unclear whether Mayor Kilpatrick, a graduate student of FAMU, learned these leadership skills from Scott Maddox and John Marks. In the past few weeks, the FBI has also announced that they've arrested the mayor of Miami Lakes, the mayor of Sweetwater, the mayor of Homestead. Not bad for a start. The Homestead mayor has lobbied his own city officials on behalf of a private business, and they had authorized payments to him of $120,000. Heck, John Marks receives over $600,000 from Honeywell's attorneys, and Miami thinks they know something about corruption. The FBI earlier this week, had come to a conclusion. They had arrested 57 individuals who scammed $300 million from disabled veterans. Its leader was found guilty of 103 counts of racketeering. Allied Veterans of the World had hired Scott Maddox for his legal advice and to lobby our own county commission for this corrupt enterprise. Unfortunately, the FBI has been unable to locate the $294 million that was stolen. Scott, since you were involved in creating this organization, I know the FBI would appreciate it if you could tell them where they might find the $294 million. Finally, I do want to, the last comment, the good news I think needs to be pointed out for the record that during this whole past discussion of the McKibben Group, Scott Maddox got up, left the chambers, and if he left the chambers and there wasn't a conflict of interest, then he had no reason to leave. So I think it's more discussion needs to be had on that issue, and hopefully he'll be here for a formal vote. Thanks each of you, and a great discussion.
I believe,
Madam
Commissioner.
Mayor, just briefly, as the public knows, I already declared a conflict on
Yes,
that matter, and I've gotten to where, every time Mr. Jackson speaks, he just lies. He makes things up, and and so I feel like I have to say, gosh, he's lying. But I think it's becoming really evident to anybody that watches, because now I'm to blame for the mayor of Detroit, the mayor of 2 or 3 other cities, world hunger, you name it. So I guess this is a form of therapy for some. But thank you, Madam Mayor.
Any other speakers?
No other speakers.
Sharing of we are on sharing of ideas. Commissioners?
So my son and daughter-in-law, I'm happy to say, have had my 3rd grandchild. My wife flew up this
Time for
this
spay
morning.
and neuter.
She's making baby cakes for them right now. What did you say? What? Sorry, I missed that.
I said it's time for spay and neuter.
Congratulations.
I'll say this.
Apologies to the affected.
That is something that I will let you have a conversation with them on. I'm not going there. But yeah, my wife went up there this morning to, I guess, make baby cakes for them, and that's what she's going to do, and she'll have a wonderful time. But yeah, spay and neuter your cat or dog or your animal. It's very important. And lastly, I'm reminded every day about what a community we live in by the number of people that volunteer, that step up with not only their dollars but also their time. The breast cancer awareness walk that was this past weekend, the American Heart Association walk that was about a month ago, record numbers in fundraising, but also people that are involved. And then our staff, what they're doing here at the City and the United Way campaign. It does remind you of why we live here and what a wonderful place the City of Tallahassee is. So I want to thank all of you because you all are part of this, and I see you there, and I think we're out in front, and I think that demonstrates to the community that everyone should step up and make a difference. So thank all of you, and that's my comment.
Good. Anyone else? Commissioner Maddox?
Yes, ma'am. 2 things. One, I don't know if everyone saw my view today about Hoot Gibson, and I'm glad that Mr. Gibson, for those of you that didn't follow, Hoot Gibson, who will turn 90 years old next month, who sells produce out of his garage on Glenview and Meridian, was mugged by 2 assailants to take money out of his pocket. And due to the swift work by the Tallahassee Police Department, the assailants were captured and await trial. And Mr. Gibson is in good shape. And a person who did not even shot there saw that, and in true Tallahassee form did a Facebook request for people to come by, and there were literally hundreds of people that went by to see Mr. Gibson. So I'm glad that Hoot is alive and well and in good shape and is about to celebrate a birthday, and it was another great Tallahassee moment. Also along those lines, Allie Fleming who is my aide, I wanted to publicly thank her for being our United Way coordinator today for our floor. Thank you very much. And she sent out an email while we've been here. The department goal was $3,900, and we're at $5,527.
Nice.
And with that, each one of the commissioners, we all donated something for the raffle, and people have bought tickets for it. I guess I'll start off by pulling the winning ticket. Mine is a dollar raffle ticket for Trader Joe's item worth $50, donated by me. And the winning ticket is Gil Ziffer.
Yeah!
I got to give it back.
Put all my tickets in there.
I don't know.
Mr. Jackson's going to file some kind of complaint, but you get the Trader Joe's.
They said it's
Hanging
rigged.
Chad.
That all depends if all my other tickets are called too.
Pull another one. He can't get that.
He can get it. He bought the ticket.
You
Why can't I
can,
get
you
it?
bought the raffle ticket.
Bought the ticket.
You're going to vote on it.
Did you buy tickets?
Yes, but I'm not really going to get it. All right. It's charity, man.
But you want me to give it to charity?
On behalf,
I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to give that ticket to the shelter.
nice.
There you go. All right.
It'll buy them a loaf of bread. You said Trader Joe's?
Trader Joe's.
Oh,
Trader
Trader
Joe's,
Joe's.
yeah,
Well, they can
right,
get more. Okay.
right.
All right. Compliments of Mrs. Gillum. My gift is a $50 day spa to Millennium. Actually, a $50 spa day Millennium. That won't get you far. And the winner is Eddie Harrison.
Oh,
Edie?
he's, Edie.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought there was two
Good.
D's. Is Edie here?
That would be best.
You get it to Edie. Okay.
Happy though.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Edie.
Here, you draw mine.
Another inside job.
Mine is, I gave, it's a $30 gift card, travel mug, hat with lights, fishing bucket, and Uncle Buck's pancake mix and maple praline syrup worth $50 from Bass Pro Shop. And the winner is...
Oh, no.
Not possible. No.
Who is it?
Me. I'm not doing
Lucky
that.
night.
Redraw.
Oh, it is you.
Who is it?
It's not you.
Good. The winner is
Try that again.
Bert Fletcher.
Bert got it.
You have to come up and say a few words in order to, no, you don't, I'm kidding.
And audit this process, please.
I can't believe you.
All right. All right, I think it's my turn. And we went to Whole Foods, Sarah Keith went to Whole Foods and put together a really nice basket that includes a gift card for $25, but a lot of other goodies that I thought looked scrumptious. So let's see if Commissioner Ziffer wins this time. All right, this is going to be Judy Donahoe.
Oh, good for Judy.
So if you could possibly get Judy Donahoe right there.
You're going to draw the mayors?
Yes, I have the
Oh,
mayor's,
very
and he has a NASCAR driver Tony Stewart autograph frame and a Visa card for $50. And the winner is Michelle Davis.
All right, Michelle.
All right, Michelle Bono.
I know Michelle Bono was probably sitting there
She
ready.
was.
All right, if anybody, I have one thing to share, if no one else, is everyone finished? Okay. My sharing idea came from one of our agenda items, and that was the item on the sidewalks. And I know that we've talked a lot about sidewalks at CRTPA, but I really would like to, given the demand, I mean, since I've been here, I must have had at least 5 or 6 neighborhoods come in and really, really want sidewalks from us. So, and then on the way in today, I happened to pass a young woman who was walking on Bradford Road in the street at 8:45 in the morning, which was the height of traffic. So given that as a springboard for the conversation, I'd like for us to go through a process, revisit our process. Come back, have a chance to look at what we've got, look at what our sidewalks are, talk about how we can proceed in some constructive way, literally constructive way, and get some of this done, especially in support of Star Metro and also safe routes to schools. So,
Concur.
Would that
Thank
flow
you.
through a target issue group?
Long-range
Just
planning.
asking.
would that be a conflict of interest if it went through my target issue group? I don't know which target
don't think
issue
so.
group.
Long
Would that be a
range.
conflict of
Long range.
interest?
No, I'm kidding. It's
No, I
late.
think you should, I agree. I totally agree.
Yeah,
All right.
long range.
You know, I think the only caveat on the Safe Ways to School, that list is a collapsed list from the city, county, the school board. So I'm wondering also what role the CRTPA plays in that, because I don't think we did the ranking on that. I think the CRTPA did the ranking.
I think that what I would hope to see is a fill in the blanks. We've been through the CRTPA process before, and then we're now about to go through it again at the beginning of next year. In preparation for that, they've done a lot of homework that we can use to enlighten our process. We can look at their work and see what's been done, because a lot of what was on their list is already finished, associated with another project, funded already, and so on. And I think that we'll find that a lot of those things may overlap into our jurisdiction, and then we can go and look at what's left and figure out where we should move forward.
But just to be clear, we don't currently have a list outside of that one, is that correct?
Yes, we do.
We do have a list outside of the,
It is a list that includes that.
Okay.
The list includes CRTPA.
so
And
so just,
safe
It's our metro list.
to schools, yeah. It includes everything. We have a complete list.
got it.
All right, so if we could do that so that we can figure out how we can meet some of these needs, I think that would be a great thing for us to do for our community.
Well said.
All right? Now, and Commissioner Gillum?
Nope.
Them say, anybody else? 1, 2, 3, going, adjourned.
Great job, Mayor Pro Tem.
There you go.
Job with the city? Well, it's really quite simple. All you have to do is go to the city's website at talgov.com and review a current list of available positions with the city of Tallahassee. Now stay tuned for a complete listing of job opportunities with the city of Tallahassee. Job title: Airport Capital Program.